like it was like a road trip through like California. Oh, cool. So they.
Hi, MJ. Did I say hello to you?
It's just. Yeah.
I think they're always very busy.
Minutes and they.
All right, we're going to call to order right now the design, invite everybody, the design review.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'm calling to order the Design Review Board meeting of August 14, 2025. So if you could come to order, please call, Paula, could you please call the roll?
Board Member Balta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Here.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon. Here. Chair Gibbs.
Yes, just you get the feedback.
Hello, hello, hello.
All right, since Lewis is getting the feedback, he can lead us in the pledge.
Oh. I pledge allegiance. And we begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and justice for all. Is the mic on the computer on? What's running in Zoom?
You able to check make sure everyone's muted, if that's where that's coming from?
Hello? Hello? I think
Thomas.
you might have got it. Oops.
Okay.
No? Are you running Zoom? Is it my computer? Is the computer mic on? No. Testing, are we still getting the feedback? All right. Shows yours. Well,
Okay, let me just get started. I'm not hearing feedback on mine, so. All right, everybody. The first thing we do is I go through the procedure, and then please listen if you haven't been here from, before and you're not familiar. I'm hearing feedback.
which,
Maybe rotate your mic a little.
I think it's picking up somewhere else.
No, there's something picking up. All right, well, let me go ahead. We're going to start with public communications, during which any member of the public may come up to the podium and speak for up to 2 minutes on a subject within the purview of the Design Review Board, but not on an agendized item. We will then proceed to the consent calendar. After that, the board will address whether any modifications of the agenda order are appropriate. We will then proceed to the regular order of business, during which I will begin by introducing an item, the address, and the applicable entitlement numbers being sought. The board will then go through ex parte communications. Those are communications that we've had prior to the hearing with people, either the applicant or interested parties. Then the staff will present a summary of the application, and then we will, as a board, have the opportunity to ask staff questions. At that point, I will declare the public hearing open. It'll begin with the applicant team having 5 minutes to make a presentation. Then members of the public will have 3 minutes for comment. Both the 5-minute time period and the 3-minute time period are going to be strictly, and equally applied. We can't make any exceptions. At that point, the board will have it will be returned to the applicant for a 3-minute rebuttal. And then the board will have the opportunity to ask the applicant, potentially members of the public and staff, additional questions. Once the question period is completed, I will close the public hearing, and then we will proceed to deliberations as a board. Any action by the board is done by way of a motion, a second, and then a vote, and it must be unanimous. Any person residing within 300 feet of a project who disagrees with the board action with respect to that project will have 14 days from today to appeal. So that's the procedure we're going to be following tonight. And we'll start with the.
Chair, may I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay, so for other business, can I add to our agenda?
Sure.
I'd like to make comments based on my comments on the previous design review board.
Okay, that will be, that will follow our regular order of business and will be the last item under other business. Does everyone agree to that? Do we need to vote on that?
Do we have the board majority?
No, Chair, that is, without objection, we're good to go.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Gannon. And we will proceed. We start with public communications. Anyone wishing to speak on a matter not agendized but within our purview, please come up to the podium here. You'll have 2 minutes. Yeah.
I have a question. I am here to speak tonight, but my husband, he can't be here. He wrote a letter. Will I be able to read his letter in addition to mine, even though it's outside of the 3-minute time period?
Given your situation, we'll have a letter limited to 3 minutes for your husband and then a 3-minute for you. And so that's the answer to your question. What item is that on?
The first one.
Okay, you can sit down.
Thank
We
you.
recognize you. Any other comments on a matter not on the agenda? Not seeing any. We will proceed to the consent calendar. There are three, actually, 2 items on the consent calendar. One is 4.1, which is the design review board minutes of June 12, 2025, June 26, 2025, July 30, 2025. And then the second item is the resolution, that's 4.2, on 2155 Temple Hills Drive. So I will open it to public comment on either 4.1 or 4.2 right now. Anyone wishing to speak on those, please come to the podium. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Board members, any questions or wish to deliberations? If not, do we have a motion?
Chair, I'll make a motion to approve 4.1 and 4.2.
I'll second that. And Paula, could you call the roll?
Board Member Belta?
Yes.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon?
Yes.
Chair Gibbs?
Yes. All right. Well, that was quick. Now, any modification of the agenda order? Does anyone wish to make a suggestion?
That included.
What?
That included.
Yes. Yeah, we approved the resolution, Bill. So I don't see any changes to the order being requested.
Actually, I wanted to request 5.2 to be moved up to be heard first. I think more due to the simpler nature.
I'm good with that. Anyone else have any?
No, I'm okay with that.
Okay. So 5.2 will proceed before 5.1, so I'll call that one first. And that's where we are. So we'll begin the meeting begin the regular order of business with 5.2, which if the applicant can come up to the front desk here. It's 2 North Encino Design Review 25-1300, variance 25-1301. I would like, I request that it be expedited. Any objection from the board? Seeing none. Dan, is it yours?
Yes,
Yeah, Paul.
so,
So it's expedited, please.
okay. So 5.2 is for the project at 2 North Encino. Design review is requested for aggregate additions greater than 50% of the original structure, which are approximately 915 square feet, excess building site coverage, new doors and windows, spa, hardscape, and landscaping in the 3 arch bay zone. A variance is requested to not meet the minimum roof pitch of 312. 3 Arch Bay has approved this project and no public commentary has been received. Staff is recommending approval.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
No, but can we do ex parte?
Oh, forgot that. Thank you. Why don't you start?
I did a site visit and spoke with James Henry.
Evaluated the site and spoke with James Henry.
Ditto.
I did the same.
Ditto. All right, Mr. Henry, you have 5 minutes.
I won't use all 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Simple project, other than the fact that we have a requested variance to not meet the 3 Arch Bay required 3 and 12 roof pitch. That was done to preserve view corridors for the neighbors behind and diagonally. if we don't get that roof pitch, the roof is going to go up by 4 feet and will become a serious view block for that. And the roofs that you see, all the gables all meet the requirement. It's the infill roofs that are allowing me to do that addition that are less than 3 and 12. So they're not that visible in terms of the intent of what that code is trying to do. So I'll leave it there. And then if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak? Seeing none, return to you. Anything more you want to add? No? Any questions from the board? No, I'll take this one. This is quick. Very modest project, perfectly acceptable design, meets all the guidelines, including 3 Arch Bay standards. The variance is totally appropriate. In fact, I applaud you for doing the modification, and the variance meets all the requirements. So those are my quick and dirty comments. Any next?
I would argue that those were quick and clean comments. Thanks. I called you today to talk about the variance and it was understood. I understand it very clearly and also applaud you for taking into consideration the views. And this is an approvable project. And Daniel Latham, I concur with your findings for the design review criteria.
Yeah, and I'll concur with my prior colleagues and the staff report. The variance application is a common one that we do within 3 Arch Bay to preserve the views as described by the applicant. The project is design review compatible and meets the specific plan for 3 Arch Bay.
MJ?
I concur with my colleagues. I think the findings can be made for the REP, and 3 Arch Bay has pretty significant guidelines, and if it pleases them, it really pleases us as well, and it seems like you've thought it through very well, as usual, James. Thank you.
It's a variance, not REP.
Sorry, variance.
There's no REP on private
Sorry,
roads.
variance. It's the wrong word. Sorry.
Emir?
I agree with fellow board members, and I'd be ready to make a motion if everyone's okay with that.
Emir, go for it.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution 25-1300, attachment 1, approving design review 25-1300 for the aggregate additions, excess building, site coverage, new doors, windows, spa, hardscape, landscape, and variance 25-1301 to not meet the minimum roof pitch of 3 to 12 and finding said exempt actions exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15303.
And I'll second.
Please call the roll.
Board Member Balta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Project has been approved by 5 overall.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah. All right. The next item we will be calling is 5.1. This is 2550 Park Avenue, Design Review 25-0337. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I had a site visit with Steve Cortani and the neighbor Mark Reynoso. I also met with the applicant team.
I did the same, Chair.
Yeah, the applicant team met with the neighbors, Steve Cortani, and Reza was there at the site with his key. I spoke to him as well.
And I met with the neighbors, met with the homeowners, the applicant, and Steve Cortani.
All right. I met with the owners and I met with, I believe, Mark Reynoso. So with that, Heather?
Thank you very much. Item 5.1 is located at 2550 Park Avenue, and they're requesting design review 25-0337. The project site is located in the R1 zone and is developed with an existing 2-story residence with an attached 3-car garage. The applicant is requesting design review for modifications to a prior approval, including upper-level additions, elevated deck additions, permitting existing roof-mounted air conditioning units, grading, spa, pond, modification to exterior materials, new windows and doors, landscaping, and hardscape. The proposed upper-level additions shown on the left side of the screen in gray include 644.4 square feet of additions for a new loft and bedroom on the east side and the expansion of a main bedroom on the west side, also with new elevated decks off of the main bedroom totaling 602 square feet. On the lower level, shown on the right-hand side in gray, is 1,165.8 square feet of additions, which includes a new entry foyer and additions to the family room, kitchen, great room, and a sauna. The new residence would increase to a total of 5,986.5 square feet. This is showing the front elevation. There will be a minor addition to the garage, and then in the center in hatched blue is the new foyer addition. This would be, this is the rear elevation, which shows the upper level additions mostly on the right-hand side. And then on the west side, on the left would be the upper main bedroom and deck additions, and on the lower level would be the family room kitchen additions. And then at the front on the right is again, the foyer addition. So for the landscaping, the site is within the very high fire hazard severity zone and within the fuel modification zone. The landscaping plans and fuel modification were approved by the city's landscape reviewer. The proposed plan will upgrade the existing landscaping with a mix of existing and proposed trees, shrubs, and ground cover. 2 bishop pine trees, which are shown in red on the plan on the screen, will be removed from the site as this type of tree is on the city's list of target species. One is located in the front yard on the west side, about 35 feet in height, and one on the rear corner in the northwest, adjacent to open space preserve and the neighbor's property line on the east at 35 to 50 feet high. Most existing trees are proposed to remain, which are shown in orange. And then trees to be added are shown in yellow and include a selection of dwarf citrus, an olive tree, and 1 Indian laurel. The laurel tree can reach a maximum mature height of 30 feet. However, condition has been added to the draft resolution requiring that tree be maintained to a maximum height of 20 feet, which is the approximate height of the roof eave at the rear elevation. The existing landscaping when viewed from the street is quite dense. These photos were taken from Park Avenue. The applicant contacted me this afternoon and stated that the maintained height for the existing sycamore tree as shown on the landscape plan is inaccurate. The plan states that the pruned height would be 8 feet. However, he stated 15 feet would be more reasonable. So if the board agrees to modify the maintained height of that tree, staff could update the landscaping condition to specify a maximum height allowed. Staff has received 4 letters of concern from neighbors. The concerns are regarding neighborhood compatibility due to proposed mass and scale and incompatibility of the proposed additions. The landscaping concerns are due to overgrown vegetation, lack of maintenance, location of the existing pine trees, and potential fire risk. Privacy concerns were raised regarding proposed decks, windows, and activity areas. And view equity concerns were raised from the new entry addition, upper level additions, the extended roof ridge, and dense and overgrown vegetation. If the board finds that the project meets all findings and design review criteria, staff recommends the board adopt Resolution 25-0337, approving design review 25-0337, and finding the action exempt from CEQA. Staff's available if there are any questions.
Heather, real quick, has staff reviewed the landscape plan for compliance with the city's defensible space requirements?
Yes, it
And-
was reviewed for conformance to the landscaping requirements and the fuel modification requirements.
Okay, and they comply, including the maintenance of the existing trees?
Well, with the removal of the pine trees?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Any other questions of staff?
I do. You mentioned the rooftop air conditioners being existing. Is there a prior permit that allowed them to be on the roof?
It did not get design review approval. In the
So-
past. It should have gotten design review approval, so.
Okay, so it was an unpermitted placement.
Yeah, I didn't look up a building permit for it, but yeah, it would have required either administrative design review or the design review board.
So were we supposed to, from the board's review, are we supposed to evaluate it as if it's
Yes.
new?
Yes, as if it doesn't exist. So it's part of the request.
Okay, any other questions? With that, applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Who will be flipping the slides? Great. Thank you, Heather. So my name is Rizvan Bruce. I am the designer on the project. I've been working with Ellie and Frank for 5 years now. The project's been going on for 7 years, so we're glad we're here today. Sure.
We'll start the time when he gets his presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. We can go to the 2 slides over to the project scope. So this project is counted as a minor remodel. We're adding less than 50% of the square footage to the project. It's on the ground floor and second floor, as Heather had noted, and we're adding decks and balcony. We're replacing all of the windows and all of the exterior wood siding to refinish it with a mix of stucco and natural stone. Next slide, please. We're capturing most of the square footage at the entrance of the house. This is really to divert water because there's a history of flooding because this is a low point on the site. So we'd like to divert it away. We're also capturing square footage in the nook and also in the back of the house at the family room and at the bedroom addition. We're adding a spa and a lily pond shown in blue. Next slide, please. So from the get-go, our design strategy has been to be very mindful of the neighbors' views. These building additions are working with the existing setbacks and are located in places that are not going to reduce the views. We were really diligent to know the existing sight lines and the view corridors that are from the neighbors' houses, and we're not encroaching into any of these. Regarding building height, we understood what the tallest building point is, and we maintained this, and it's well below the maximum allowable building envelope, and out of respect to our neighbors, we didn't want to increase the height. We were also very lucky to have a sloped site. This really helped us hide our mass from the street and right-of-way. Next slide, please. Regarding the trees, just to go lightly since Heather hit it, there are 2 large pine trees that are being removed. There's also many trees that are in the area of the nook that are getting removed. And we are going to be replacing the tree in the backyard with a new Indian laurel tree, which we'll look at soon, and a new olive tree, which is going to be pretty hard to see from the street since olive trees are smaller and it's also downhill. We're going to be pruning all of the rest of the trees, the maple tree in the back, the 2 existing sycamore trees, and the 4 palms, and these are all to be pruned per neighbor conversations over the course of the last month. Next slide, please. Now that we're going to be removing this tree, we have a concern about privacy. We raised this concern with the Reynoso family up the hill from us in 2023. Mark had actually suggested that if we need a tree for privacy, why don't we do a section study to understand what is the minimum height needed for this tree? We found that there's a range, but we found that a 25-foot tree would be ideal. So we shared this study with Mark and Alma. Unfortunately, we didn't hear back. They said they would review it over the weekend, never heard from them. But together, when we had met, we had explored the possibility, actually, next slide, please, of having 2 trees, one on the property owner's property and the other on the Reynoso property, and this would help mitigate the views. Next slide, please. So since we didn't hear back, we were hoping we could pick the tree species together, but we went ahead and we met with an arborist who recommended Indian laurel tree. This has a maximum mature height at 25 feet, It's a low mess tree. It doesn't shed too much. It's easy to shape, prune, and maintain from all sides, including the top, which is going to be needed in the future, of course. Next slide, please. We also considered a podocarpus hedge, a bird of paradise, bamboo, and olive tree. We evaluated their merits and ultimately found that an Indian laurel tree is really the best fit for not just our homeowners, but for Mark and Alma also. Next slide, please. Regarding the neighborhood concerns regarding view equity, we'd like to note that the original pine tree when Mark and Alma had purchased the house was 40 feet tall. Now, of course, that's a very tall tree, and we're not saying we need a 40-foot tree. But we would like to shed light that when Ellie and Frank were on vacation one day, they had entered the property and cut the tree down without their approval. We also would like to highlight that view and privacy are two things that are both of value. So of course, this is Laguna Beach and everybody wants views, but of course, privacy needs to be part of this equation as well. We need to seek a middle ground. Next slide, please. The neighborhood concerns about mass and scale. We find that this project is fortunately on a hillside with little mass visible from the right-of-way. Next slide. And when looking at the adjacent properties, our building has a much smaller mass than the others. All of the other properties have a 2-story or even a 3-story in the case of the Kamaj residence, but ours is really a 1-story and everything kind of slopes down from there. So we're not sure what the mass problem is.
You'll have, your 5 minutes is up. You'll have 3 minutes. So if you want to resume this, you
Okay.
can, or respond to comments for both.
Thank you for the time.
Okay, with that, I invite the public to speak. Each will have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, you've got the letter. And when you come up, no, please give it to. Come up, state your name, and then you do the letter for 3 minutes and time that, and give her a new time for her speech. Go ahead.
Ready? Good. Okay. I'm Barbara Brown. My husband and I have lived at 2581 Park Avenue for 27 years. We are across and one house up from the Abrahamis. I've supported the Abrahamis in a number of DRB hearings in the past to protect their views from the build out by the downhill neighbor, and again, to support a replacement of a non-permanent deck. I strongly believe in supporting our neighbors and the protection of their views, be it from structures or trees. Now I'm here to defend my own view. Why is it no one ever blocks their own views? We have serious concerns from the front entrance. It's been extended out and up, and it is in our view corridor. The trees have already overwhelmed our view up the coast to the north, and now they want an even more permanent obstruction. The only way we could accept this is if DRB requires, as a component of approval, all the obstructing trees and bushes be removed within 14 days of the appeals period. After we received the DRB notice, I contacted the neighbors and proposed this. I thought we had an agreement, but then they came back with no removal of trees until after they obtained all their permits. It's taken 5 years for them to get this far. We have no guarantee when and if they will initiate the permit process. So they would have DRB approval, and we would have nothing. Approved plans are very valuable in case of sale to a homeowner. If we are to approve their plans for a significant 1,800 square foot build out, we'd like to have this landscaping removed immediately. I've discovered they plan to plant an olive tree, which is right in my view corridor. And they may say it's a small tree, but it's not. And I left a picture of a tree that was planted just less than 4 years ago. They're big. So we're really concerned about that. We don't really want another 18-foot tall, 50-foot wide olive tree to replace the already outrageous pine tree that's sitting there right now. There's also a 10-foot citrus tree right in the very front of the house, which is already bumped out with their new entryway, which we look straight across. And 8-foot vine, I don't even know what it is or what it's clinging to, but I'm afraid that's some other impact. We live in a high fire risk danger zone, and we have some of the most exquisite ocean and canyon views in the country. We don't need more trees. We don't need any trees up there. We need to stop this madness. How could you possibly make a judgment on the merits of these plans without considering the impact of the landscaping in your argument? This neighborhood is defined by its ocean views. This is why we all live here.
Okay.
Why can't we keep our views? I mean, why can't we be sensitive to all of our neighbors, They have nothing in front of their view, and our view is almost destroyed.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Alma DeGiorgio. I'm reading a letter on behalf of Lauren and Alexander Carter. Dear members of the Design Review Board, I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing as a neighbor who has always appreciated the city's thoughtful approach to balancing property rights with the preservation of our community's views, safety, and unique character. The property at 2550 Park was originally approved in 1988 with very specific conditions designed to protect both corridor and ridgeline views. These conditions were the result of multiple hearings during which the then owner was required to reduce the height and mass of the home to ensure these views would be preserved. These protections have long been part of our community standard, and they remain just as important today. The approved landscape plan was also has placed a limit of 22 feet on tree height. Unfortunately, several trees on the property now exceed that limit, and one pine tree, which was never part of the approved plan, has grown well beyond the allowable height. We recently bought the home at 2590 Park Avenue, 2 homes above, and the pine tree does block our view and is poorly manicured. The current proposal would remove that pine tree but replace it with a new 30-foot tree. I find this unnecessary as there are many privacy shrubs that could be planted that would not impede our or others' views. This would, in fact, legalize a long-standing violation and further erode the original intent of the approvals. It has come to my understanding, and important to note, that the current owners have previously written to the city to oppose landscaping by lower neighbors that might have impacted their own views. This makes it clear they are well aware of and value the same view corridor protections now at issue. As a recent home buyer this summer on Park Avenue, undergoing inspection and insurance shopping, we fully understand the risks of this area. Fire safety is another urgent concern. This area is in high fire hazard zone where many neighbors are unable to secure adequate insurance. Reducing fuel load should be an immediate priority. I respectfully request that all slated tree removals be completed within 2 weeks of approval, ideally before approval, and that height and mass be reduced to improve safety for the entire neighborhood. Finally, I would note that the current plans are inconsistent. Thank you.
You have
Time.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, thanks.
It's when the red light goes on.
The plan legend indicates only 2 trees for removal, both with replacements, yet elsewhere in the drawings, 8 trees are shown as being removed. All removals must be clearly identified in both the plan and the legend, and a firm enforceable removal timeline should be set at the hearing. For these reasons, I ask the board to uphold the original protections, ensure compliance with approved landscape limits, require a clear and enforceable removal schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Right. My name is Flora Kamaj from 2670 Park Avenue. I am 100% pro improvement and pro build, but not at the expense of illegally stripping long-standing view rights, misleading the DRB, and endangering public safety. And I know that you guys did a study on the fuel modification. However, I think anybody with common sense would walk that property and see a bunch of dead palms, wood falling off the home, exposed eaves, a lot of dead brush that I don't think has been cut in probably 7-8 years, and it's concerning. Also, it's over the homes, including their own, and the public. Okay, when this home was originally approved, height and mass were major concerns expressed in the conditions of approval. The large trees now on property, many 30 and 40 feet tall or even taller, were never approved on the original landscape plan. Rather than comply, the owners have ignored DRB limits and neighbor concerns. Now they're seeking to increase the height and the footprint of their home while grandfathering in some of these trees that are actually illegal. They were never even on their original plan. Walking the property with the applicant, she told me that 10 trees would be removed and the rest would be significantly reduced. However, on the plan, only 2 are slated as being removed in the legend. It's kind of confusing because other trees are circled as they may be removed. I think this needs to be corrected. An applicant, she admits, so I think a quick fix is easy. Just label the trees that are going to be removed in the plan and legend, including the Pardocarpus and the pomegranate. Commit to reducing all the trees to below the ridge line, like the original plan had suggested, or actually not suggested, but mandated, and removing the pine tree in the back that is not on the original landscape plan, and do it within 14 days of the appeal process. The reason for the urgency, it's not actually an urgency. We have been asking the neighbor for years to remove, to lessen, the height of these trees. And she and her husband have promised repeatedly, excuse after excuse. My father's sick. My husband's sick. We have a vacation. We're in a dispute with a neighbor and we'll get right to it. A lot of times we felt guilty for even asking because they're excuses. And so we stopped asking.
Your time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Seeing none, yeah, when I say next speaker, please come up. We really need to move this along. We got a lot of speakers tonight. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Reza Didashi. I constructed the house that Alma and Mark live in, and during the construction, I had to engage with the homeowners next door. And all I can say is that they never wanted to cooperate with the construction. They,
I'm going to cut you off. I don't want to hear about a prior construction project. If you have any comments on this project, we'll listen to them. If not, please sit down.
yeah. The only thing that I can say is that they put in the air conditioning on top of the roof, and right then and there, we told them, you don't have a permit, you can't do that. They just totally ignored it. We made a complaint to the city and nothing has happened. And every time that we wanted to talk to them and see if we can resolve the issues of the tree and the air conditioning, they just stonewall us and they didn't want to do anything about it. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mark Reynoso. I live at 2570 Park Avenue. I'm the immediate neighbor to the 2550. So I think you've seen from a lot of the neighbors, probably most of the neighbors that are adjacent, and you can tell that unanimously they're opposed to this proposal. And I think that decision should carry some weight on its own merits, and those merits include massing, privacy, view equity. But I really want to focus on one of the themes that's touched upon that I think is the most urgent and important one, and that has to do with fire hazard, not just to that house, my house, but actually to the entire community of Laguna Beach. So I want to be clear, and I know you know this, it's actually your primary responsibility as a board is to protect life and property. And specifically, it says your obligation is to reduce the loss of life, injury, damage, and property, and economic or social dislocation resulting from natural and man-made hazards. And there's even a specific provision, policy 4H, that says it requires the property to be to wildland areas incorporate adequate fuel modification measures consistent with city standards. You guys know this is a very high standard. This is a very high hazard severity zone. And you also know in 1993, there was a fire that started in El Toro, went all the way to Park Avenue, continued to the beach. And it destroyed 350 homes. In the decades since then, wildfire frequency and intensity has only increased. The recent disasters in Malibu and Palisades should be very, very instructive to us as a board. Thousands of structures lost, 23 acres burned, 12 lives lost, all of it preventable. Let me repeat that. All of it preventable. Specifically, and this is the example, specifically there was a 125,000 square foot Pacific Palisades village constructed by Rick Caruso, which is literally unscathed. I'm going to read a quote from a recent interview with Rick. It looks like Dresden in 1994, except for the village, which is unharmed. So you can see a moonscape of destruction as far as the eye can see in every direction. And right in the middle of it is an oasis of unmolested buildings. The lesson is simple. What is predictable is preventable. Fires here are predictable. We need to prevent it. We know all the things that need to happen to actually comply, to allow these things to happen. All the neighbors have talked about it. And what we're getting, instead of addressing these concerns and the risk to fire, is removing 2 trees, but maintaining a whole host of trees that are unkept. You have limbs that are almost touching the ground. You have canopies that are going into each other, dead fawns. You have debris that is going on into the streets and in neighbors' yards. The city funds goats that clearly go up to the property line, and then we have effectively a jungle and a tinderbox.
Okay, your time's up. Thank you very much.
Can you cue me up, please, Heather? Thank you. Your neck okay, Louis?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's going to be.
I could hear your neck cracking from here.
Go ahead, Steve. There's been a lot of speakers already. We get the
I would
issues.
like to have my image up. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
My name's Steve Kuwaratani, and good evening, Chair Gibbs, board members and staff. I'd like you to take a quick look at that image there, which shows the overgrown sycamores and the palm trees. That's what I'd like to talk about today. You know, I've known Ellie for 17 years and her husband, Frank, and I'm real excited for them that they are going to be able to have a remodel and take care of some deferred maintenance and to take care of their flood damage. But with that, that brings a responsibility, and that responsibility is to the neighbors. And we've already heard quite a bit about the fire issue, but neighborhood compatibility, if we look at the plants, that's not remotely neighborhood compatible. With the height of these trees and the denseness, you have 8 or 9 properties who have lost a significant amount of view, as you've heard. And that comes to view equity. And again, I believe that the applicants have a responsibility to make sure that their neighbors are able to enjoy the view as much as they do. Next slide. This is an image from my clients, Mark and Alma. And what we're looking at are the sycamores, and we're looking at the queen palms. Now, the sycamores and the queen palms are not resinous. In other words, they're not as flammable as, let's say, pine trees, but they can catch on fire. And if indeed the applicants are going to reduce the sycamore height to 8 feet, I think we're fine with that. The queen palms are another story. If you've seen films of fires, these palm trees heat up in the trunk, they blow off the heads, and they can travel hundreds of feet, setting other homes on fire. Next slide. This is a picture from down below, and I know that the applicant has talked about wanting privacy. That pine tree is going to come out, but the problem is there's a sweet gum directly in back of it. If they want to install trees, I recommend that this view corridor be maintained and move back towards their house. So the view corridor of the canyons and the ocean go unimpeded. Last slide, please. This is a letter that was written by Ellie and Frank a number of years ago. And what they are asking is that their view be maintained and that their neighbors not be allowed to block their view. That speaks volumes to me. Thank you.
All right, any other speakers?
Good evening. My name is Ron Labriola. I live 3 doors up from the applicant. I'm here to ask you to deny the application as it's been posed to you. When you look at the project with the landscape that exists and as proposed, it is massive in terms of massing and in terms of scale. It's a giant dome that is as offensive as if it was just a giant house of the same size. That project is completely out of scale. The trees are out of scale to the home, and the entire project is out of scale to the community, the character of the community in Park Avenue Estates. As a result of these factors, we have what we've been hearing from a lot of neighbors about: issues with view equity, blocking ocean views, canyon views, and not just from residents' homes, but from the right-of-way. I traverse that almost daily as a running and walking corridor, and you cannot see through the massive trees and shrubs that they have. This is clearly an important issue. You've heard that the applicant has actually been an advocate of the importance of view equity when it suits them. We had a fire here, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, scared the living daylights out of me. But for the great work of the county and the city fire department, we could have all been imperiled. I have a house just 3 doors up from this house, and I am scared to death about the current situation and the trees being a source of fire and burning my house down. And as most of us in the neighborhood know, it's nearly impossible to get fire insurance now. So a fire is really the end of our home, if it's even close to us. Lastly, in terms of timing, if the project is to go through and there are any limitations placed upon the quantity and the height and the maintenance of the existing or the existing shrubs and trees, I really implore the board to put a time constraint on making those changes. We've seen issues with this particular applicant. We heard at the outset that this is a 5-year project. It would be the irony of all ironies for the board to suggest that changes need to be made for everyone's protection and view equity, particularly for the fire hazard, and then those changes aren't made for another year, 2 or 3 while the house is being built. So I would support what other people have said, that changes should be implemented as a requirement of any approval to a date no later than 14 days after the appeals period runs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Please come up.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Christina Optane. I'm speaking on behalf of Brad and Barbara Dunn at 256 Park Avenue. They are currently out of town. We live directly across the street from 2550 Park Avenue, and we stare at our living room, dining room windows directly into a solid wall of trees. We do not support the project because the mass and scale of the proposed addition in combination with the landscaping is just too big and invasive. It is inconsistent with the developer's intent to provide view corridors for our homes in Park Avenue Estates. We 100% support our neighbors in the request to have all offending landscaping removed as a condition of the DRB approval of this 1,800 square foot addition. The new proposed entryway is really big. It will just further contribute to the creation of a complete view blockage in combination with existing and proposed additional landscaping. There's just no need for large trees and shrubbery in such a high fire risk environment such as Laguna Beach, especially right at the edge of Laguna Canyon. Let's not forget how many homes were lost in 1993. The applicants have their own ocean views, and don't worry about that. That should be enough to satisfy any homeowner.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to. No. But please sit down. We've heard it's getting repetitive, and you spoke at length, I think, about your issues. We really got to get going. I did not expect so many. I would have limited it to 2 minutes. So please sit down. We've got. Yeah, you can pass us the letter.
You can let her speak at this. We get it. She should have that right. You did authorize that.
And please, sir,
Pass the letter
please.
Is there any, can I just ask one question, ma'am? Is there anything in this letter that wasn't covered in the context of what you said? Is there anything new?
Yeah, I don't want to hear the same.
Can you go to the, please
Podium.
speak to the mic, yeah, podium.
I can get it over with before we get finished discussing all this, all right?
Uh,
I'll go. I go? All right.
Hold on a second. We'll time it 1 minute. That's it. Go ahead.
Okay,
The height.
my husband, I studied architecture and landscaping in college, and one thing I know is that too much mass and scale do not make for good architectural design. Clean lines, clean definition, compatibility, unobstructed view corridors make for good architectural design. We've been in neighbors with the Ibrahimis for a long time. We've repeatedly asked them to trim. Time has passed. We waited. It never happened. The mass and scale on the existing structure and overgrown landscape is so overwhelming that we feel it would be inappropriate to add more square footage to this home without the removal of the and trimming of the trees. This is really simple. Get rid of the big trees and build the house of your dreams. Trees are a luxury we can no longer afford, a thing of the past. Climate change, major fire risk, insurance companies canceling in high-risk areas like ours, water shortages, neighbors. Things have changed. Trees on Park Avenue are becoming a major liability. I say to our neighbors, look out over your big expansive view and think about giving back to your neighbors what you are so fortunate to have preserved for yourselves.
Thank you. All right. Any other speakers? Okay, thank you. You have 3-minute rebuttal.
Thank you. The first fruit I'd like to hit is the air conditioner has a permit. We can pull it up and take it up and send it. Regarding the trees, we would like to apologize for the discrepancy. I'll own that, but we are removing 14 out of 20 trees since we've submitted the plans. And after having conversations with the neighbors, we really went and diligently itemized every single tree. That's 70% of the trees are going to be removed, and the remaining 30 trees we've agreed are all going to be trimmed and pruned down. So we hear all of these concerns about views and view equity, and we acknowledge, like, yeah, we're going to be clearing so many trees. We wanted to, there was the idea that Alma brought forth about privacy shrubs. We tried to work with you to pick a shrub together or to pick a tree together, but we never heard back, and we're still open to picking a species together. But I mean, we're at the DRB now. We purchased the house in 2011, and we haven't added any trees, so that's a misconception. We also don't feel that this house is out of scale. We pulled the statistics on the property, and we're within the ballpark of 25% of the houses in the neighborhood, so that's also another misconception. About neighborhood compatibility, there have been agreements to cut down those sycamore trees so that they're going to be at a more manageable height. And we've also verified that that tree in the back is not, in fact, a sweet gum tree. We looked at the seeds of a sweet gum tree, and the seeds do not match. So any other points?
I just want to point out that we've been in conversation with our neighbors throughout this project. This has been a long time wish to make this happen. As far as the trimming of the trees, whenever we've been asked in cooperation with the neighbors, the trees have been cut. Also, as far as the agreement that Barbara pointed out, she was the one who stepped forward and wanted to make something happen, and we were in agreement to make something happen because we're cutting down the trees anyway. But the point is that they want this to happen now, as opposed to the process that it takes to get through everything, as you know. So we're hoping to make this amicable, and we're willing to work with our neighborhood. We are in preserving views that these homes already have. And if you look at the design, we've even opened up the views even further for them, giving them a greater slice of the view equity. So I don't know, we've done our work and we thought we did a good job, but I don't understand all the opposition right now.
Okay, thank you. It's time for questions. Board members?
What is the species of the tree? It looks like a bush. It's attached to the fence between you and the neighbor. It's going to be located, or it is located currently where your spa is proposed?
The pepper tree is to be removed. That's in the corner of the site, and then there's a maple tree that's adjacent to the existing pine tree.
It's called a pepper tree?
The pepper tree is in the corner.
Okay, can you pull up Heather, the landscape plan? I would like you to point out to me a couple things.
Sure,
One is what trees are being removed,
sure.
what trees are remaining, and what the height limits are for those trees. And we'll talk about timing in a second.
Okay.
So if you could do that, and I think I'm sensing there's a lot of misinformation going on. I could be wrong, but I'm sensing it. So let's see if we can all get on the same page and come up with a good evaluation, at least be talking about the same thing.
On my plans, it's shown as a Japanese maple.
That's right.
Okay.
So the tree that's to the lower left of the red blob, the red blob is the pine tree. That is the Japanese maple tree. And that's to be maintained, but to be pruned.
What height?
It's at mature height right now at 25 feet, so we're just going to thin it out.
Okay.
Also, the one in the corner is the pepper tree.
The pepper tree on the left side is going to be removed. That's also quite visible from Steve's photographs.
So that's incorrectly marked. To remain is not.
That's right. Good catch.
Where it says existing trees to remain is pointing to two things in the upper corner. The one on the left's to be removed,
Correct.
and the one on the right is going to be maintained at
Correct.
25 feet?
Yes.
Okay, go next.
The 4 trees below that, these are all going to be dwarf fruit citrus trees. So
Okay.
they're really shrubs. In the area where the nook is, there's a handful of trees there. We didn't show these because they're underneath the building footprint. We thought it was a given that all of those trees are just going to get knocked out.
I'm sorry, those are trees coming out?
They're all coming out.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I had a question because there's a bunch of trees against the house.
There's a
but All
bunch of
those are coming
trees.
out.
It's all a fire hazard. We hear the fire concerns. They're not the only ones concerned about fire. We're moving all of those trees.
And I figured that in compliance with defensible space. So go ahead, next.
There is a sycamore tree in the upper right-hand corner. This is going to be pruned and maintained. In the past, Ellie and Frank have cut this tree at the neighbor's request. And in the past conversations over the last month.
Yeah,
they
I don't
agreed.
need that. I just need tree and height. Okay.
The height of the, what was it called? The light post. It was agreed that the tree will be maintained at the height of the light post.
Okay, next.
Like 12 feet, 15 feet.
No, it's whatever. that
So,
is.
below are the palm trees.
Yeah,
The palm
board
trees are-
members, feel free to feel free to speak and make sure you understand, that all of us understand what the trees are and what's being stayed and what's being gone and what's the height limits are.
The queen palm trees are to be maintained, but also to be pruned in conversation with Barbara.
How many palm trees?
4 palm trees.
And those are the ones where you have existing trees to remain except the sycamore on the right-hand
Yeah.
side? Okay,
The
got it.
sycamore will also be pruned similar.
There's an
Um,
S on the sycamore trees to
yes.
remain, and then the 4 circles to the right are the palm.
There is
I
a pine
didn't-
tree to be removed. That's going to go, that's where we're also proposing the new small olive tree. And then not shown here because it's also kind of under the building footprint are 2 large podocarpus trees. And in Steve's pictures, those really are quite massive trees that take up a bunch of the view. So those are getting axed.
Okay, anything else?
On the east side?
They talked about.
We just
they're
talked
not-
about that,
We just
yeah.
talked about it. So in total, there's 14 trees out of the 20 on site that are going to be removed.
Okay, I
as a
get it.
result of-
Then the last question I have, and then I want the board members to see, to ask questions if they have any. What trees are going to go, are you proposing go above the ridge line of the house?
So the Indian laurel tree would be above the ridge line of the house.
You're talking 30 feet for the Indian laurel?
My research showed 25 feet, but I
And then
think
how much above the ridge line?
that would be, I can pull up the documents and check. It would be, I think it's going to be about 10 feet above the ridge line of the house.
Okay.
Heather?
If I were
Yeah,
to guess.
There is a draft condition in the resolution that limits the height of the laurel to 20 feet, which is approximately the height of the eave at the rear of the house. So
Yeah, let me
if
ask you, let me kind
the
of.
board would like it to go higher, we can revise that condition or.
No, I'm
we can
okay at
leave it.
20 feet.
I'm
Yeah,
okay
that's
with
fine.
20.
But
Are you
the-
agreeable that all tree heights are limited to the ridge line of the house,
We aren't,
Except
we
what?
would,
except the palms?
And accept the sycamore.
The
I'm
sycamore
in-
is already at 30 feet. We would bring it down to 20
Yeah, I
feet.
think we
Yeah.
are too. I'm just asking if your willingness to
it's
maintain.
really the laurel tree that is the exception. The other trees would probably automatically conform to that. The laurel tree, because it's a privacy issue and because we have massive windows that are looking straight into their bedrooms, we need that tree to be a little bit taller.
Okay, how high do you need it to be to maintain the privacy issue?
25 feet, 20 to 25 feet.
Okay,
And so on day one, it's not going to be a 25-foot tree. It's going to grow over the course of 5-10 years, and we're going to have to discover what is that magic number.
okay, any questions? Yeah, no, we're going to decide that
We
now.
decide that now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
All right, any other questions before I close the public hearing?
Would you guys be willing to remove the Japanese maple to preserve that view corridor? That lower,
You
Go ahead.
know, when the study was done, we discovered that in order to mask us from both our uphill neighbors, we really need 2 trees. And we went to Mark and Alma with the proposal that 1 tree be in their lot, they maintain it to mask our bedrooms from each other. They have a glass, wall facing us, they have a deck facing us and a bedroom. Once this pine tree goes away, we're going to be exposed to each other.
no, it
So-
was the Japanese maple.
I know, but
Okay.
then the second tree was to help us with the uphill neighbor. That's what the Japanese maple is trying to do for us right now. Are we opposed to get rid of it? If our privacy, we're not attached to the tree, we're attached to our privacy. That's what we're hoping to do.
So if we have 2 system trees, one day, one us, we can remove the.
All right, let me ask one other question of Heather. They've described their landscaping plan with all these removals and everything. Is that consistent with the landscape plan?
There were many trees on the plan that weren't called out to be removed. So the ones that are within the building footprint, I think that's clear which ones would be removed. And then with the discussion this evening, removing the pepper tree at the back corner near the pine tree, that's clear as well. So we
Okay,
can-
very good. All right, any other questions before I close? All right, the public hearing is closed. Louis?
Okay, let me kick this one off.
I sense.
I appreciate the applicants and what you guys are trying to do. As far as the house goes and the remodel goes, I think there's a lot of reasonability for what you've designed. I think it meets a lot of the design review criteria from the house. Aside from the one component of the air conditioning, again, the rooftop air conditioners isn't something allowable by the board in kind of case by case instance. Typically, we do that for lots that are significantly constrained, small lots, like 1,500, 2,000 square feet, and there's just nowhere to put it on the ground level without, exceeding the setbacks. So it becomes proximity to neighbors and those kind of issues. Given the size of your lot, it's a little more unique that you couldn't find a spot to put the air conditioners a little more reasonably. I can be amenable to it, but the way that it's drawn is it looks like the air conditioners are visible from the street and from the sidewalk. I mean, I can see them now, but I can't identify that those are shielded and in a nook if they're to be there. So I either need that graphic to make that a little bit more succinct. It'd also help if the prior approval did identify that it was a rooftop air conditioner. I wasn't able to locate that through staff. So if you have it, help, but that's something we could work with if that's the only place you can put it.
Thank you.
The biggest crux of this project is the landscaping, right? There's a hard balance between views, privacy, environmental safety, fire safety, that all goes into play with this. I do try to support saving mature, significant trees is part of the guidelines. However, sometimes we have to look fresh at these plans and try to get it right. I appreciate the removals that you're trying to do. I think I do have concerns with the 2 sycamores still being remaining, given that they're pretty mature now, that if you whack them down, they're probably not going to survive. And we probably could find the right fit tree that would go there in their stead that would require a lot less maintenance. Strawberry trees come to mind. I'm not a tree person, so I'm not trying to recommend a specific one. But the box of some of these trees, I think, is the biggest issue because of the views and the privacy. As regards to your backyard where you are removing the trees, that pine tree, it does create that existing element has some privacy between you guys. I think the way you're drawing this up and the replacements that you're proposing, I don't think achieves the privacy balance enough for you guys and or for your neighbors. I think probably a hedge solution along the fence line that might stair step up in height might be more appropriate because there's a fine line for where that view corridor goes, i.e. down all the way at the fence at the back of the property, you're probably talking a 6-foot tree that just kind of mirrors the fence line or a hedge. And then you could gradually move up to create more privacy. As far as your deck that you were describing goes, and it creates, a privacy balance that they can look into your deck. I think the way it's designed, you have one of the doors that I don't even think you'll be able to see the neighbor's house from it because it's tucked back. And it's not really a deck to kind of go out there and enjoy. It's more a deck that just allows you to open the windows and go clean, have better fresh ventilation through your property or you step out there so you can clean your windows. It's not a deck for like having a barbecue or a pat, you'll go out there, you'll take in a sunset, but I don't see there's a huge gathering functionality with the way it's been designed. So therefore, I don't necessarily see it's the biggest privacy dynamic between the two properties. Going back to the landscape and the spa thing, I think we need to relook that back rear property line on how to lay that out. I think some of the trees need to be better identified. I think I need a more detailed landscape plan that really hits on the mature heights and the mins and the maxes. For your protection that entitles your landscape plan, but it's also for the protection of the neighbors so they can maintain their views as well. So given the state of it, I'd just like to probably support a continuance to give you some chance to go back and redraw the landscape components, refix that back corner. And then I think it's we could be in a detailed state to get you guys moving on.
Before we go on, I just one question for you, Louis. Are you suggesting that they relocate the air conditioning units to the ground on the property?
That, or you've got to give me better details of how and why it's applicable for me to make the findings to
And gonna
put
be-
a rooftop one, that it's not visible, it meets the criteria for noise and sound, those kind of
Okay,
things.
fair enough. Who wants to?
Yeah, I'll go next. So
MJ?
thank you, Louis. I agree with your points. As far as the house itself and the changes and the upgrades you're going to make there and the finishes and all that, I think you're fine. I think your mass and scales there. I think the way you are articulating down and how you look from street level, it doesn't quite look as large as maybe the square footage reflects. So I think you are okay there. I think obviously, as we heard tonight, it is a landscaping issue. I don't think your landscape is benefiting your architecture. And I think that it is blocking corridor views and more to your neighbors. And I don't truly understand why there's heels in on this one, but I'll leave that to you and I'll try to help you maybe weave yourself through this because it seems like a missed opportunity not to have this house upgraded and kind of become what I expect is your dream house when you have this whole outdoor area you're creating. I'm not a fan of the laurel, and I'll tell you why. It gets very large and gets very wide, and that becomes a wall. And we're already struggling with this pine, which is, I'm glad it's coming out. It's not attractive, even though your neighbors cut it, even looks worse on their side. It's not doing anybody any good. So I love that you're getting rid of those pines. To everyone's point tonight, and I think everyone agrees that what we're going to need to drill down a little heavier onto this. The sycamores, like you said, the one up on the front corner there on Park, that keeping at the height of the light post was, I don't know how high that light post is, but they could be anywhere from 10 to 40 feet light posts. I don't know what they are in that vicinity. So we have to get really clear on that. Also, as these start to age, they start to look just really dry and tired. So I really encourage you to maybe, sage it out of you and try to come to a place of how can we make our house shine beautifully, and how can we open up some of these corridors? Because I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised that you can get away with some beautiful shrubs, your lovely dwarf citrus, maybe an olive somewhere that, because those are nice and sparse and they don't have to be fruited olives, so they don't have to drop everywhere. And just think it through a little tighter, and we could come back with the next plan, like Louis had mentioned, a continuance, and let's really, and maybe you do a quick round with your neighbors. Doesn't mean you have to give them everything they want. It just means you have to do that to check the box. And then let's see if we can find a place to make you guys happy and clean this up. I am not a fan of queen palms. I think they're a blight on our roadways, but if you like them and they make you feel good, then I think they're one of the least intrusive. I just find them to be not super attractive, and also, as Steve pointed out, a fire hazard. And we are all uber sensitive to fires, as we should be. And the folks in the Palisades thought it would never touch them, and look where they are now. So I think it's incumbent upon us to pay attention to this now when we have these opportunities, and work together to figure that out. So that's my comments.
Jess.
Yes.
Jess.
And I'm going to have similar comments, but not to repeat what everybody else said. The AC units, the landscape, those are the only two that I have an issue with. In conjunction with the, do you have added comments? Oh, go ahead.
May I just add to the AC? I don't have a problem with it on the roof. I don't think anyone can see it. I just think we need clarity. If it's not being seen, then that's fine. I do think we need to look at the decibels on that and make sure that it's in compliance. We have some new regulations there.
There you go. And I was going to suggest putting them on the ground, but if if the board majority says that if you have sound attenuation and hide it from the street view, the neighbor's view, I can support my neighbors or my board with that. The only thing I request that wasn't said, that the furthest most point on your property, the Japanese maple, it doesn't create a privacy attenuation. It's the tip of your property, but it creates a view corridor for the neighbor. I would recommend to remove that, and then I concur with the other board members. I think this is a pretty phenomenal project, and you just need the landscaping to go with it.
Eber.
I agree with our fellow board members. I think the landscape needs some work, as evident by what the board member said. I'd like to see it again. I think there were some modifications you did here today that were a great addition. I think there's an astounding community response to the sycamores. I think there's a lot to be said with regard to view equity. As you're revisiting the landscape plan, I think you must consider the sycamore removal. I think that's a must. I also think that the queen palms, they continue to sprout up year by year. Eventually, that'll be a view equity issue as well. And during my time with the View Restoration Board, if that were to grow into a view corridor, that could get clipped at, next year, right? So I think while you're going through this update, consider the removal of those. If you don't, I'm sure there'll be limits toward the heights that those can grow to. I also would like to consider the Japanese maple to be replaced with some kind of a hedge that has a mature height of 6 to 8 feet or something in that nature. And then the laurel tree as well, something with a more limited height. I appreciate the pepper tree removal. I think that'll do wonders with preserving view corridors from neighbors above. That's about all I have, but yeah, I could agree to continuance as well. And then the matter of the AC, agree with the board members. I think if you could find the permit and you have it, if there's a way to sound attenuate it, now would be the time to do it during the remodel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a few comments. First, the air conditioning. I prefer them on the ground. Even though with the sound attenuation and the like, there's no reason why they can't be on the ground. We almost never approve above ground ACs. I'd like to see them on the ground. You have enough land and the project's amenable to it. Now, with respect to the trees, what struck me when I saw that project is that the landscaping didn't match the quality of the remodel. It's a great remodel. I concur with my colleagues. It meets all the guidelines. It's neighborhood compatible. The mass and scale is just fine. There's big houses all around, including your neighbor up the canyon. So focus on landscaping, bring it back to us. I tried to get a real feel, and what was clear to me from reviewing the landscape plan on my own and then hearing it, that it needs some work. Now, the one thing that I'm protective of is privacy. From the backyard, Mr. Reynoso has a beautiful view that's not being impinged by replacing that pine tree with something else. Moreover, that pine tree has been there a long time and provided privacy, which means that I don't think that Mr. Reynoso has a claim that this tree shouldn't be there, or that you're not entitled to privacy there with an adequate foliage. I would not know a laurel, what is it? The one you don't like. The Indian laurel. I wouldn't know it. Well, I know it an Indian laurel from a pine, but what I encourage you to do there is reduce the height of the landscaping, no higher than the ridge height or the lamp post. So it benefits all the neighbors, and you can do a beautiful landscaping plan to match the remodel. With respect to privacy from Mr. Reynoso's property into your backyard and living spaces, I will consider anything reasonable. I don't mind some height here, whether it's 20 to 30 feet. I don't mind that it impinges somewhat on Mr. Reynoso's view from that corridor. The trees further down the backyard, that's a different story. If it doesn't have a privacy need and it does impact a view corridor for Mr. Reynoso, don't put it in your landscaping plan. Have it removed. Get rid of the laurel and put in something that would work. Maintain the height, provide you the privacy. There is a solution there. So just you need to get a little creative and figure it out and get a good landscaping plan. With respect to the palms are matchsticks. I don't think you want a palm on your property. Oh, by the way, I was going to make one other point. What we're asking you to do is neighborhood compatible. I looked up and down the street. No one has the size trees you guys have. You don't need them. Bring everything into neighborhood compatible. You will have one happy neighborhood and a lot of people. I also note, it's hard for us to protect your views if you don't ask us to see your property. Mr. Reynoso did, but that was the only request and the only place I went. So it's kind of hard for us to evaluate view blockage. But I hope with the guidance we're providing you today, that you'll come up with a landscaping plan that will, I think, make it, if not a win-win, because it's going to be a win for the neighbors to get rid of a lot of these junky trees and open up those views. This is a win-win for everybody, I feel. Come up with that plan. We'll do a relatively short continuance and get your project approved, because that's it. It's landscaping and the air conditioners. Those are my feeling. That's the I think it also includes the summary. Any other comments?
Can I ask you a quick question, Chair? You mentioned the privacy. So you feel like that pine or something replacing that pine is essential for privacy? Because I didn't see the privacy component.
The privacy is from the pool area of Mr. Reynoso into the backyard of the applicant.
Okay, I was thinking you meant like from his house into their master bedroom on that one facing wall. So that's where I think the laurels can be beneficial, but as a hedge along the fence, I think, Louis, you brought that up. So that's where you can pick a height there, and that you almost have it with some of, I don't know, well, you can't see it.
Yeah, but my initial reaction when I saw it was, why not just replace the pine tree with a tree of similar size, because it's there and it's kind of part of the property and part of the privacy. If we're talking, and I'm sensing the consensus here is that that's obviously going, but something smaller needs to happen there to get board approval. I probably would be okay with something bigger, but I think that everyone would agree, if you have a legitimate privacy concern in a place where that tree's coming out, you should be able to protect it. So with your new landscaping plan, we can all look from Mr. Reynoso's property. He can tell us where he thinks his views impact it, and we can look and see about privacy. But hopefully it can be win-win.
And think of the money you'll save on all the hedging and chopping.
I know.
Yeah, so let's just, Chair, on that note, I'd like to call for continuance and request.
Yeah, I just want to
date.
make sure there's no other issues on consensus. There's not, we got it, let's do it, new date.
All right, so your next meeting will be September 11th.
Excellent.
If this item is continued to that date, we will need the plans back, the revisions back to us by the end of next week.
Is that enough time or do you want a later hearing?
They want to.
You might want to go one more. I think we want to approve this project next time, but you got to have a good.
September.
Let's do
Yeah,
it.
just for consideration or an option. The second meeting in September would be the 25th. I will let you know that right now there are penciled in about 14 items on
Oh.
the agenda. There may be some that
What's the
fall off.
October one?
October 9th.
And when do they have to get the plan in? for?
October 9th, we need that back by probably second week of September.
How's that? We'll give you either one, but I want you to have enough time to come up with the right landscaping plan with the detail we need.
Question for you. The air conditioning is gonna be enclosed when the structure goes up. Is that happy, makes you happy? Because I know everybody doesn't.
I leave it to you. I prefer them on the ground. I think you may get a majority up above. So
Yeah.
see if you can get them on the ground. All right,
w-
we're not talking merits anymore. We're talking dates. So,
Hopefully, October is best for us.
okay.
Give us a little bit of time.
I think that's smart. I think you'll get this done. I have a lot of confidence.
Then on that, I'll move item number 5.1 at 2550 Park Avenue to be continued with the board's directions to October 11th. October 9th. I knew I wrote it down wrong.
Okay,
Second.
You got a second? Please call the roll.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Project has been approved.
All right.
Sorry, project has been continued.
With that, we're going to jump right ahead here. 5.3, this is 641 Canyon View Drive, Design Review 23-2345 and Coastal Development Permit 23-2346. Ex parte, please.
I met with the
Chair.
applicant
Oh,
on site, did a site visit with Jess as well.
I
Spoke with
concur. I had a site visit with Scott Schaefer and board member Balta.
Scott Schaefer, I spoke with Scott Schaefer on the site, got to walk the beautiful site.
I did.
I spoke with Dave Ship on the phone and I believe I spoke with Larry Noakes on this one.
I spoke and reviewed the project with Scott.
Canyon View, the gate.
I didn't speak to Larry. He didn't call me about this one, but I did speak to Scott Schaefer and visited the site. With that, Heather. Oh, let me ask a question. Should we do expedited on this? Okay, expedited, please.
Right?
Can you also give us the history of the one component
The history.
of the one or never mind. We'll ask that question later. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Item 5.3 at 641 Canyon View Drive is Design Review 23-2345 and Coastal Development Permit 23-2346. And the applicant is requesting to do aggregate additions of more than 50% of the existing living area for this existing two-story structure. The three-car garage will be maintained a total of 5,000, approximately 100 square feet of, sorry, next slide, of non-habitable area will be converted to habitable space. So this property is at the end of Canyon View Drive. It becomes a private street, and then there is a gate shown on the right, and then the property is an additional, probably 400 feet from the gate to the entrance of the property. Next slide. There was a urban lot split processed for this property. There is a condition that the final map be recorded prior to issuance of permits for this project. And this is parcel 2 on the right outlined in red. Next slide. And next slide. So this slide shows the areas in yellow that are non-habitable, very pale yellow, sorry, that are non-habitable space that'll be converted to living area. The green is area that will be removed. Next slide. The roof area is shown here that's going to be removed. The area in red is over the maximum height, and that area of the roof will be lowered to meet the height limit. Next slide. This slide shows the existing residence on the left and the rendering on the right to show the proposed new exterior materials. And they will blend in with the neighborhood and with the hillside. Next slide. This is the pool area. It does propose a retaining wall up to approximately 16 feet, 10 inches to support the pool and the stairway in that left photograph. And but it's behind the existing home, so it won't be visible from neighboring properties. Next slide. This is just the fuel modification and the landscaping, which has been reviewed and approved, and there is been reviewed by our building official. So, next slide. And then the applicant will be required to remove an island in the center there, a landscape island, to create an unobstructed 49-foot turnaround for the fire department. And the curbs will be painted red with no parking signs to maintain fire safety access. Next slide. If the board finds that the project meets all the design review criteria and the coastal development permit findings, staff recommends adoption of resolution 23-2345 and finds said action exempt from CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions of staff? None. Applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, board. I don't think I'll need 5 minutes. My name is Scott Schaefer. I'm representing my client, Dave Shipp, who's with me tonight on the remodel of his home at 641 Canyon View Drive. I think Heather hit all the major points on this project, and I have to commend staff for doing a great job on the staff report and throughout the course of this project working with us. We work closely with staff to present a project this evening where we're not requesting any variances on a property that is in much need of repair, as some of you were able to see. And we hope that we can receive your support on the project this evening. We have letters of support from 3 of the neighbors, and as of right now, we're not aware of any public opposition specific to this project. We thank you for your time. We just look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any members of the public wish to speak on this project? Oh, there's one. You have 30 seconds. No, you'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
How you see, I did talk to you on this one.
Yeah, I remember now. I'm 70, so I forget. Thank you, board. I'm Larry Noakes, and I have, for a long time, I've represented Carolyn Roger Nilsson, who lived just outside the dreaded Canyon View Gate. Now, you've all seen the gate. The gate is obviously material to this project because it's mentioned in the discussion of access in the staff report. First of all, congratulations, Scott and Dave, on a very attractive design for the house. I have no issue with the house design. We do have a problem with, there's an SB9 lot that's been approved, that's fine. But somehow we've got to quit kicking this gate issue down the road. I just want to pass out to the board some sheets, a PowerPoint presentation that I had done back in 2020 to the city council. And at that time, the city council had asked that this, in conjunction with another project, that this matter come back to design review for determination of the propriety of the gate location and the original permitting of this gate. And we never seem to do that. There have been, I think, 2 houses built up there since that's been considered. So the density's increased. There's a reference in the staff report to a Knox box that's going to be situated outside the gate so that anybody going into the gate now has to sit and park and idle in front of the Nilsson's house and in front of Debbie and Jeff Mulligan's house. Now, at some point in time, we've also addressed the issue of taking out that island, which I think is a great idea in order to create a fire turnaround. But when you have that gated off, in order for the fire trucks to get up there, they've got to sit and idle in front of that doggone gate. And that's, so when the delivery trucks come, they back up into Carolyn Rogers' property, they back up into the other properties. All of the burden of that gate is on the neighbors outside. And I think you have the ability, board, to address this as part of the access. I know it's not part of Scott's application and Dave's application, but it needs to be addressed. This was supposed to be back before you 4 years ago, 2 projects ago. And it never happens. And somehow we've got to bring that to a conclusion. This property, this gate was originally built by Jerry O'Connor, who was the original owner of the property that Dave's developing, where Scott's done this beautiful design. It was done in conjunction with his property, but it was not built in the location where he promised to build it. It was built further down the road. We have raised that with the city. The city has agreed to consider it, and the city never does. So here we are, SB 9 lot, new project, greater density, greater square footage, and the deck and the gate is still there. I would ask that we consider some way to give these property owners outside the gate some relief. Thank you.
Thank you,
I've got a
Larry.
question. I've got a question for public comment there.
Sure.
What would you like to see for the gate?
I'd like to see the gate gone, Amber.
Yeah.
I'd like to, I think the gate doesn't serve, it does create a gated community up there in an expanding neighborhood where when there was one house when this gate was created, there are now three, a bigger one going on, an SB 9 lot, and then 2 lots down below that people want to develop. So this has just gotten crazy.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah.
Chair, Heather,
It's a permitted gate.
no, Heather, if you can, I don't know if you've prepared, but if you can look up where we left off with the code enforcement issue with the gate, because I do recall hearing that on the board. I'm more curious for reference. And then secondly, we did some component with that other property that was the vacant lot that was developed up there as well. We did some sort of condition to that parcel when we heard that lot regarding the gate. And I'm more just curious for reference what we did.
The problem is, we got along, this gate is not in the application. It involves 3 property owners, not 1. We can't take action because it impacts the other 2. This is a city issue. It's not a DRB issue.
Correct. I'm just more curious of where the history left off based on the questions from the public. And that's why I'd like staff to have this for when we go to staff questions and they can have a few minutes. In the meantime, we can finish public comment.
All right, let's go to the next public comment, please.
Good evening. I'm Carol Nielsen. We live next to the gate at 669. And I know Jessica and Louis were up there years back. I'm representing a group of neighbors that are impacted by this gate because people turn around in our driveways. They've damaged our housing, our hardscape, garage doors, on and on. But I'm not here to contest the project, simply the gate. The building that exists now is an eyesore. It was built to hold Jerry O'Connor's hard money lending collateral, if you can believe it. And it happily see it gone. And it's a magical site, beautiful views. But the magic is also extended to the site's relationship with permitting in our town. Normally, you go to design review when you go from over 400 feet to over 5,000 feet. But Jerry aggregated a number of illegal construction, and you've seen that extraordinarily unusual agreement that the city would say, well, okay, Jerry, so you multiplied your space by 10. We'll just say okay, and you can sell it, and that okay extends to the buyer. So I consider that that agreement to be really important because it allows that increased density without dealing with the obstruction of access, which would have been dealt with if that agreement didn't exist. It would have gone to DR, and access is part of an approval for a major remodel. So I would ask you to consider whether this is in fact a major, not minor remodel. And the gate, by the way, there is a permit, but it's a permit for a 28-foot gate at the end of Canyon View, right in front of 641. But the gate that was somehow magically approved is 20 feet wide. And it's in the middle of Canyon View. So there was more magic when Cardenas needed an approval from the city somehow and had offered the red curbing of land that is in fact under our easement. They recorded that without benefit of a council meeting. We discovered it, and it's since been redeeded to us. But now, again, a new owner is saying that the easement that we own can be red curbed.
Okay,
So
your
I
time's
will
up.
provide you with those easements, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? You can give them to the assistant.
I'm going to be quick, really fast. I'm one of the people that sent a letter in. I'm a next door neighbor to Dave Ship. I'm very supportive of this project. I mean, we should get this thing approved tonight. If you visited the property, it's a fire hazard. It's really something that's time to be done. This has been a lengthy process. I think I wrote my original letter February 2024. As being somebody that's been through a lengthy process here, we shouldn't let other distractions do a continuance. It's time to get this thing approved. And the neighbors that are right next door, we're very, very supportive of getting this project done. The house is beautiful.
Sir, which house is yours?
Next door.
And that,
The one that's still not built,
okay,
right below.
okay,
Right?
oh, right.
Yeah.
All right,
Thanks so
thank
much,
you,
guys.
thank you very much. Any other speakers? He has the gate.
Different game.
All right, seeing no other speakers, you have 3-minute rebuttal.
I mean, I think I'd just say to Mr. Noakes's point is that the gate is a separate issue and a separate application. And as Mr. Gibbs mentioned, that it's a city issue. It's not part of my client's property or the application that we have before you this evening, board. So I'm not sure if staff was able to see where that left off, but it seems irrelevant and inappropriate to be discussing it this evening as part of our plan.
Thank you. Questions?
I have a quick question just about sort of that is because there are references to the curb, painting and the working with 648. Is that going to be affected at all by this gate scenario, or is this, we just go with what we got?
Yeah, well, we're not in deliberations yet.
Yeah.
But where we're going to come, where I'm going to recommend we come out is that you got the application, that gate's a separate issue,
Okay.
including whether it's properly permitted, blah, blah. We don't have the evidence. We don't have all the interested parties, et cetera. Anyway, any other questions?
I have a question for Heather. Were you looking up the history of the gate? Because I was on the board for those two other approvals, the Anders and the Jim Conrad. And by my recollection, it was a condition of approval to deal with the gate removal first before having shovels in the ground. I know that this isn't part of this application, but I'm just curious.
And we're lucky enough to have Mr. Anders in the room if he recalls.
Is that on 648?
It was one of the
Yeah.
two.
I haven't found that documentation. I do know that a previous owner was processing a tentative parcel map and design review to subdivide the property. And I believe it was with that application that there was a proposal to relocate the gate approximately 40 feet in onto the property so that anybody waiting to come through the gate would not be impacting the neighbors who have the easement rights on the other portion of the private road easement. And I believe there was also proposed turnaround, which involved, I believe, retaining walls. We did, in September of 2024, the new property owner submitted for zoning plan check for a permit to replace the gate. I provided comments back in December.
What owner?
The current owner of 648, which is the property that the easement is located on.
Okay, and who owns the land, right?
Yeah, the owner of the underlying property on the easement.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I provided comments in December and they have not resubmitted. And I haven't had contact with them since that time. So I'm happy to follow up with them and discuss next steps for what needs to happen with getting that gate situation sorted. Because I do recall from some research that the city council did remand the project back to DRB to discuss the gate, and that was quite some time ago.
And that's great. Yeah, I think we could probably shelf the gate conversation for
I'm
today.
gonna address it real quickly in deliberation.
me-
Why don't we get there?
Let me throw where I was going with this.
Okay.
Yes, the gate has a very troublesome history. It's a matter in code enforcement. I believe it's still in code enforcement to degree to be solved. It did go to council. It came back. We had significantly lengthy deliberations regarding the new location of the gate. And I believe the board voted on where that resolution needed to go. I think the only thing in retrospect to this one, there was a third parcel up on this hillside beyond the gate that was developed as a new home under Jim Conrad, as Board Member Gannon was talking about. And I believe there was a condition that was applied when they got their permit for the new constructed home of some sort of language of cooperation with where the code enforcement was to be in cooperation to resolve the gate as well. The reason I wanted to find that result was because I feel that there's a nexus between what we did on that parcel regarding the gate that didn't have ownership of the gate, but it does take access from it. And the same component would apply to this one. Doesn't mean I'd hold any weight to hold this project up regarding that. I'd just like to see that same mutual agreement to resolve the issue with the gate under the new application. Given they're amenable to that, it makes it easier, but.
Okay, any other questions? And seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Let me speak briefly on that. I don't know how you can impose a condition on this project relating to a gate that's not on their property, that's owned by someone else. Also, with respect to the easement, because there's easements for this property and and I think one other property that does not own the street and the gate, that provides them certain rights. We don't have that easement agreement in front of us. Moreover, this, I didn't see this being raised before now, or we could have investigated this. So I think it would not be fair to the applicant. I think it goes beyond our authority to be doing anything regarding a gate under these circumstances. Moreover, the gate is really a subject between the city enforcement and the owner of the gate, not this applicant. So I think it's a big leap. Now, with respect to the project itself, I think it's a beautiful project. I think it's an awesome piece of property. I think it's fully neighborhood compatible. In fact, there's large homes throughout that area in that canyon to enjoy the incredible canyon and ocean views. It's well designed. There is no view impacts. It meets all the guidelines, and it's supported by the neighbors. So I support this project and think it should be approved tonight.
And I could echo verbatim everything that you had to say. I agree about I just brought it up because out of curiosity, I was on the board for both the Anders project and the Jim Conrad project, and I remember that being contentious. And so I just brought it up out of curiosity. I don't think that this project should be held up because of that gate. The fact that it's in the process, that Heather has pulled up, that an application is in the process, in the works, that satisfies me that it's being looked at and taken care of. And I concur with the chair. This meets all the design criteria. It meets all the objective findings of the general plan, the coastal development, and you're taking a very ugly duckling and making it a swan. So I look forward to this, seeing this completed.
Good analogy. Next, MJ.
I concur that with everything they said here, I can support this project. You've met all the criteria in the CDP as well as general plan, and I look forward to coming to your holiday party this year.
Thank you, Louis.
A couple of years before he gets this thing done. I might be 27, but yes, excuse me. Similar sentiment to the rest of my colleagues that the cleanup on this project is well within scale for the lot. It's has a very troubled history within the projects that have been along this Canyon View Drive at the end. And I think it's a great service that you guys did with the cleanup and the careful selection of the materials to make it blend into the hillside. All components would be an appropriate size, scale, and location for a house, even if some of it wasn't permitted in the past. So with fresh eyes, the remodel you're proposing is 100% design review compatible. So I am fully supportive of it. I would like to see a condition, if amenable to, that there's a cooperation with the resolution of the gate at some point, given that you do have an easement access through, in and out of the gate, and there could be some sort of holdup. I don't know what, but I would like to see that. I don't think I have the favorability of the rest of the board on that. But from staff's standpoint, I would like to see that back within a reasonable period of time, so we can get resolution on that, because the gate's been an issue for, I think, ever since I started on the board. So it's probably 10 years in the making. We need to finish up this end of the street so everyone can move on with their lives.
Emir?
I think this project meets all the design review criteria. Very beautifully designed, Scott. I think, when this thing comes to fruition, it's going to be a phenomenal project. I'm ready to propose a resolution, and if I may.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 23-23-45, Attachment 1, Approving Design Review 23-23-45, and Coastal Development Permit 23-23-46, located at 641 Canyon View Drive, and findings that action exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15301.
I second that.
Please call the roll.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Project has been approved. unanimously.
Congratulations.
Thank you very
This is a project we want you to invite us all up to see when it's done. All right, the next one, are you guys up for doing one more before a break?
Same with the one below and all the other.
Yeah,
ones.
the one below. I said the same thing to the guy below.
And Anders, nice work on the one next door. It was absolutely stunning.
That's the only one I didn't like on the, not just kidding.
No.
All right, let's do the next one. It's 5.4 at 337 Hawthorne Road, Design Review 25-1110, Coastal Development Permit 25-1102, Revocable Encroachment Permit 5-1103, ex parte, please.
I met with the applicant on site.
Well, spoke with Larry Noakes and spoke with Michael Ray, the homeowner, and visited the site.
I did a site visit with Anders Lassiter.
I spoke to Anders and went by the site.
I spoke to Anders, visited the site, and did not speak to Larry Noakes.
And
The third time's the charm, though. All right.
in perspective of the gate, this one has also been in deliberation for about as many years.
Listen,
Wait till you see the gate we have proposed for this one. It's awesome.
I figured it out legally, but I'm going to speak last. I want to hear what you guys remember of this one. All right, we're missing a planner here.
The planner's here.
Oh, that's right. I have you down as the planner.
Right.
Okay, don't blow it.
All right, thank you, Chair. Good evening, board members. I'm Bill Rodriguez, Planning Manager for the Community Development Department. Presenting to you this evening an application for design review, coastal development permit, and revocable encroachment permit for property located at 337 Hawthorne Road. Subject property is on the southerly side of Hawthorne Road between Monterey and Cypress Streets. It is an R2 zoned property. The inset image here is an existing picture as that property exists kind of in current day. The application itself is pretty straightforward. The top image that you can see here is the existing conditions. There is an alleyway located to the rear of the property. Off of the alleyway, there is a two-story structure. The ground level of that structure accommodates 4 parking spaces with a residential carriage unit located above. There's a detached single-family home located to the left of that rear structure. The existing house is approximately 1,400 square feet in size. This application proposes to demolish the detached single-family residential structure on the left, but it will retain in its entirety the structure that's at the two-story structure located off of the alleyway. In place of the demoed single-family house will be a new detached single-family two-story house. The new house will be about 2,200 square feet in size. Will be approximately the same height, will be virtually identical in architectural style. The application before you this evening has also previously been before the Design Review Board. If memory serves me correctly, it was circa 2020 that the application was presented to the board. Believed it had received its approval back then. The board may remember that this property does have quite a bit of history. The staff report goes into an exhaustive amount of detail regarding that history. There has been some concern that the property was previously historic. That is no longer the case. There had been some legal court cases, court decisions relative to that and rescissions by the city. So as far as staff is concerned, that matter is a settled issue. The property is not historic and it is ready to be considered for redevelopment at this point in time. The project rendering here is what Anders Lassiter Architects is proposing for that site. Again, similar mass, width, height as the existing structure. The additional square footage that is being added to the structure is located more towards the backside and not visible from the street and would not be visible from the alleyway due to the existing two-story structure that's present there. There's also a revocable encroachment permit located along the public street of Hawthorne. Fairly minor improvements in that area. Some stepping stones or stepping pads, if you will, landscaping and a low fence that accents the overall aesthetic of the property as well as the neighborhood. We did receive a public comment from, I believe, a nearby neighbor, expressed a variety of concerns. Those concerns are summarized here. Issues concerning sort of the overall duration of construction and activities that have been occurring on this property, how the development itself is classified, requesting confirmation of the encroachment and issues and what the setbacks are, and construction timeline, and questions relative to whether or not a coastal development permit is needed. The answer to that last one is yes, it's part of the action being considered tonight. So in conclusion, staff finds that the project is consistent with the design review guidelines. It meets all of the city's development standards, and we as a staff are recommending that the board adopt or conduct a public hearing and then adopt the resolution approving the project for design review, coastal development, and the REP request.
Okay, my only, well done. My only question is just I want to make sure that I understand this correctly. Originally, it was mistakenly put on the historic register. It therefore triggered CEQA. There was a negative declaration that was done, an initial study, and that led to the court order, kind of revoking the entitlements. The city then did remove the house from the historic register, and in conjunction with that, there was a preparation of a historic assessment, which found no historic value to the house. As a result of that, there was no feeling of the city that there was no need for an initial study, and therefore recommending a categorical exemption. Am I correct?
You are.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
There was a late correspondence that came in just right before the meeting. I just wanted to see if staff got that and if later they have any comments regarding that.
I believe that's for 5.7, board member Wow.
No.
No?
I don't remember it.
I just forwarded it to you.
Correct, yeah, the one about the highly sensitive archaeological zone.
Oh,
That's
that is a different item.
5.7.
That's a different item. That's the one on Seacoast or
So-
Coast
so
Highway.
Clarification, because I didn't read it correctly.
All right, any other questions? Anders, 5 minutes.
Thank you, board. Anders Lassiter, architect for the project, and I want to thank Mr. Rodriguez for that great introduction. I've also got a brief presentation that I'd like to share with you when he can get that pulled up. This project will be familiar to at least two of you because it's identical to the one that was approved by the board in 2020. Here on the left, you can see what we had proposed and what was approved by the board in 2020. And on the right is what we are proposing, and I'm hoping you will approve tonight for 2025. It's exactly the same identical project. The only change is a change in the application. It's technically no longer a major remodel. It's in fact just a new house. That is a significant application difference, but it is not a significant difference in the nature of the structure. It's identical. Next slide, please. Some context. You've been to the site. Many of you visited with me. There's 337 Hawthorne along the road there. It's a new home that's very compatible with others in the neighborhood. It is an R2 lot, and there is a second unit that is above the garage in the back, the detached garage, that's not a part of this application, just the house, the detached house in the front. Next slide, please. Just for reference, the blue outline is the existing structure. The orange outline is our new proposed footprint, which gives you some sense of the modest scale and additions that we're doing to the house. Next slide, please. The style is compatible with the neighborhood and the pattern of development. The proposed home meets all the design review guidelines as it did in 2020. No variances are being sought after, and I think this is a project that you could approve tonight, and I hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak on this project? Go ahead, please come up to the podium. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Erin. My husband and I own the property next to 337 Hawthorne. We're actually very familiar with the property. Hello, Anders. We have been here before, so a few faces are very familiar. I did want to thank Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Gannon for sending me an email and updates and so forth, so appreciate that. Just a few things. We know the plans are approved. They have been approved, so we're not questioning the plans anymore. For us, it's more about there's a permit reclassification from remodel to new construction. And for us, we want to understand if that reclassification, does that open the door for more modifications to this house in the future? And the reason we ask that is this project has been going on the property was bought in 2012. The unit in the back was actually built in 2018. It actually sits as an empty shell. So it has a fence around it. Up until a few months ago, a porta potty sat out there for 7 years. We rent our home currently. We're relocating here. And the property's in bad shape. There is in the backyard a pile of garbage debris up against our fence, which in my opinion is a fire hazard. So we have concerns with the current overall condition of the property. If it's reclassified, what does that mean from the standpoint, like, are the owners going to come back and ask for more changes? And if they do ask for more changes, how much longer does that take? We heard from from Anders that if this gets approved, they have 5 years to build it. 5 years will put us at like 18, right? Since the plans were approved, well, the 2020, before that, there were other plans. We had the prior owner with other plans. So this puts this at like 15 plus years. I know I'm not the only neighbor with concerns. We've expressed our concerns to the city. There was a trampoline out in the front yard for probably 8 years that was rusting. I mean, at some point, you need to be a good community member. You need to be respectful. We rent our house, but we trim our trees. We keep the yard and the grass cut. We have somebody come. So we're asking the same of Michael Ray, and I don't think it's a lot to ask. We feel like as community members, I know I speak for a few neighbors who aren't here, that we just aren't being heard. We're not being respected. So one is when the permit classification, also the encroachment, is the encroachment still correct? No changes, you're saying here, to the 2020 plans. We also would love to respectfully request, like, when is the start and completion date for the construction? And then the coastal development permit, I think you guys answered just a few minutes ago, so I appreciate that. Anyway, we know the plans are approved. We'd like action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Seeing none, let me ask staff real quick. Is there a difference between it being a major remodel and new construction as far as changes go?
No, I think in this case, for the purpose of answering the question, there is not in this case. The proposal is to demolish the existing house that was there, build a new house back. That does not, in my opinion, eliminate the opportunity for the applicant to request futures modifications to the structure, but it would have to come back and go through a process that's dictated by the code.
Yeah, and that's my reading of the code. Anybody can seek a modification of a permit. So anyway, Anders, you have 3 minutes.
And I have an answer too. The only difference is it will have the date built instead of it being the original date as a major remodel. It will have the current date as completion.
And that's correct too.
positive, I guess, if they're demoing the whole thing, is it might actually make the construction faster because
Yeah.
usually remodeling of
It'll
of
add
an
they do-
entire
they-
building takes a much longer time than to
Yeah.
just scrape it and build down.
A new construction is a lot easier. Anders, 3 minutes, go for it.
Yeah, thank you. To touch again on the idea of changes after this is approved, whether it was a major remodel or a new home, if there are changes proposed, it would have to go through the same planning and design review process that we're doing right now. It's no different for either of those projects. I don't believe the owner has any changes planned. We've been fighting for 13 years to get to this house design, this very house design. So I don't plan on any additional changes to this. In regard to the garage structure in the back, yes, that's been taking some time, partly because the intent was so many years ago to finish it while building this house. The unfortunate fact is this house has been embroiled in a number of issues that have delayed us being here. Nobody would like to see this go and get approved tonight better than me. It's been 13 years. I'm 55 years old. That's more than a tenth, a fifth of my life on this project. I'd like to see it get approved. So we're working really hard to do that. And I completely empathize and understand the neighborhood's concerns. We want to be good neighbors. We want to get this project built. And, I hope that we could leave with an approval tonight to get started in that. Thank you.
All right, and will you clean up the lot, including the garbage against the fence? If it's there,
I will surely mention to the owner that.
tell
there's
the owner
garbage
to
that
clean
needs
it
to
up. All
be
right, so with
cleaned up.
that,
Sure.
any questions? I
No, you-
think I'm going to ask. Okay. I close the public hearing, and who wants to begin?
I'll kick this one off. I've approved this in the past. It's a beautiful, well-compatible remodel or new construction to this site. I think all the issues have been deliberated in the past, and I'm concurrent that this is still an appropriate design to fit on this lot. It should be built. It meets all the standards. I support the staff's comments from the staff report regarding the CDP. The REP is more than appropriate, given the curb on the street. And the fencing is minor and an appropriate application in the area, the stepping stones. So those are all compatible, and I can support the project this evening.
And since I supported it in 2020, I will go second. I concur with Board Member Weil. I can support this project tonight, just like I did in 2020. It's a very charming house, very modest, new build, new construction. And I'm just ready for that to get going. I know it's been something that Michael Ray has been a thorn in his side. And hopefully now, after tonight's approval, assuming that the other board members are going to approve it, we can move on. And the neighbors can move on and have a beautiful project next door, and no more trash in the backyard.
Yeah, I concur with my fellow board members and the ones that previously approved this project. It meets design review criteria. It's compatible with the neighborhood. There's no view equity issues specifically. And I would never let a porta potty sit next to my house for 7 years. You have great neighbors, because I would be all over that. So good luck, and I hope this gets handled.
Emer?
I concur with my fellow board members, great design, Anders, and looking forward to this thing getting kicked off and completed. Godspeed.
And then, I concur, we really can't make a condition of cleaning up the lot. It's just not something that we can please. So I would encourage you, Anders, to get it cleaned up. And I would tell the neighbor who spoke, go to code enforcement. Having garbage against your fence is a fire hazard, and that creates as much risk to you as it does to your client as it does to the applicant. So I take you at your word, Anders, that you will talk to them and get them to be right and be a good neighbor. It's not a pretty sight there. Okay, with that, do we have a motion?
Chair, I do apologize real quick. Due to the unique nature of this property, Property Owners Council and the City Attorney's Office have agreed onto a slightly tweaked indemnification language. It is up on the screen right there. It is the standard one, with the caveat that the city's kind of past treatment of its historicity is going to be exempted from the property owner's indemnification language. Me and Mr. Noakes have already discussed this, and I want to make sure that he is okay with that. So this would simply replace the existing condition number 6, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and that needs to be part of our motion.
And you guys are good with it? Okay.
Okay.
That was an issue in
Louis?
the past, so I'm glad it's cleaned up. Thank you. I'll move this one.
Okay.
Item number 5.4 at project location 337 Hawthorne Road. That the board adopts resolution 25-1110, attachment 1, approving design review 25-1110, coastal development permit 22-1102, and revocable encroachment permit 25-1103, based on the findings, facts, subject to the conditions of approval, and the property located at 337 Hawthorne. It's exempt from CEQA, section 15303. And that will make the condition of altering the language for the indemnification as supplied by the city's attorney's staff, which was acceptable by the applicant.
I'll second that. Please call the roll.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Covney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Project has
And
been
with that, we're going to take
And
a,
Michael, I know you're listening and watching this. Go clean up the yard, please.
I think he got my message. With that said, we're going to take why don't we take a 10-minute break, but we're going to promptly start at 7:14. So the applicant for 5.5186 Sunset Terrace, please be at the table. Then we got a long meeting tonight. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody, and thanks, staff.
Okay, it's 7:14. I call the meeting back to order. The next item is 5.5, 186 Sunset Terrace, Design Review 2025-1330, Coastal Development Permit 2025-1331, ex parte, please.
Spoke with the applicant team and the neighbor across the street in Larry Noakes. Yeah, sorry.
I met the applicant team on site and met with the neighbor across the street.
And I met with the applicant team as well as the neighbors, Mr. Ellis and Mr. Alexander.
And I too met with the neighbor across the street and the applicant team.
I met the applicant team and the owners. I also met with Damon Newell, who's on the other side of Pacific Coast Highway. I met with Susanna Alexander and Shauna Svetlana Ellis. And with that, please, staff presentation, please.
Good evening, Chair Gibbs and members of the Design Review Board. My name is Sharyar Khan, Associate Planner. Item 5.5 is Design Review 25-1330 and Coastal Development number 25-1331, requesting a new upper level addition, modification of lot coverage requirements, new elevated deck, new pedestrian entry, and new landscaping. Property is located in the R1 zone at 186 Sunset Terrace. The subject property is currently improved with a two-level existing single-family dwelling with a two-car attached garage, and the site includes no known constraints. As noted in the staff report, the existing front, south, and rear setbacks are non-conforming. Proposed additions, including an entryway expansion at the main level, a new upper-level addition, and an elevated deck, as shown, comply with all applicable setback requirements. At the main level, the existing 1,079 square foot residence is proposed to be expanded by 65 square feet, highlighted in red. Some interior remodeling is also taking place at this level. The applicant is proposing a new 815 square foot upper level addition, which will include a hallway, master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom and walk-in closet, and will open onto a proposed 121 square foot elevated deck at this level. The proposed upper level addition complies with all applicable setback requirements. The proposed elevations, as shown on the right, demonstrate thoughtful articulation strategies to minimize perceived mass and bulk of the structure within the allowable building envelope. The proposed design incorporates vertical and horizontal offsets, variations in roof lines and facade depth, and avoids large unbroken wall planes and maintains visual interest. The recessed deck, angled massing, and integration with the topography of the site aid in reducing the prominence of the structure. The proposed total height of 25 feet and 20 feet above the street center line complies with development standards. The proposed design results in a composition that balances architectural presence with sensitivity to scale and is compatible with the neighborhood. The maximum permitted lot coverage for the site is 44%, which the existing 59% lot coverage already exceeds. The proposed improvements increase the lot coverage to 64.61%, an excess of 24% from the maximum permitted, but an excess of only 5.3% from the existing. 65 square feet of this excess is attributed towards the main level entryway expansion, and the remaining 65 square feet are attributed to cantilevering portions of the proposed upper level. Modification to lot coverage may be granted by the board when necessary to preserve views, protect privacy, reduce building height, or maintain neighborhood development patterns. The proposed additions contributing to excess lot coverage are modest in scale and are consistent with the established neighborhood development pattern. Proposed improvements are consistent with the physical layout and spatial organization of the neighborhood, which, like the subject property, have narrow lot widths with constrained side yard setbacks and compact building forms. As previously stated, the proposed additions meet applicable setback requirements, and the proposed project aligns with characteristics of scale, orientation, and size utilization. The project also includes a new pedestrian entry feature at the front, street-facing elevation. A new 7-foot high pedestrian entry feature is proposed at the reduced 10-foot front yard setback, consisting of a 5-foot wide gate flanked by 2 pilasters. The proposed feature complies with the maximum allowed height and width. In conclusion, the proposed project complies with all, with all applicable zoning standards, with the exception of lot coverage, which is being requested to be exceeded. The project mostly complies with the design review criteria and general plan policies, but there may be potential privacy impacts related to the proposed elevated deck, and the proposed upper level addition will have impacts on view equity when it comes to private coastal views, which is considered in consistency with general plan land use policy 2.10. The proposed project meets design integrity and other criteria and other applicable general plan policies. The project also meets the required coastal development permit findings, does not impact environmentally sensitive areas or coastal resources, and is compatible with the visual character of the surrounding neighborhood. Staff recommends that the board conduct a public hearing and deliberate on design review criteria number 11, privacy, design review criteria number 16, view equity, and the project's consistency with the general plan policy 2.10. If the design review board finds the project consistent with these criteria and policies, staff recommends that the board by motion adopt resolution 25-1330 approving design review 25-1330 and coastal development permit 25-1331 and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Staff have received public correspondence regarding view equity impacts, and this concludes staff support. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent report. Any questions of staff? Nancy, you have 5 minutes.
Let me put up my slide. Sure. Good evening. Thank you for coming out to see our project. This is Nancy and Don Phillips, and they have owned the property. The property's been in their hands, family's hands, since 1936 when it was constructed by Don's aunt, and the property's never been rented. It's always been a beach cottage for them. And we are proposing a remodel of the main structure and additions, including a new upper level. Next slide, please. Last August, we installed preliminary staking and had the approved listing agency send out a postcard to neighbors as required by the municipal code to initiate early neighborhood communication. We submitted plans to the city on October 28th after waiting over 2 months for an appointment to make that submittal. Next slide, please. So the project scope is converting the lowest level to an ADU, which increases the rental housing, and site improvements along the street frontage creates a legally sized on-site parking space, which is unique for this neighborhood. The main level addition, we are removing the stairs that currently go up across the landing and back down on the right side that go to the front door, which we were going to remove and make a window. We're going to open up the kitchen and add laundry facilities. We're relocating the stair down to the lowest level. We're adding a new stair up to a primary suite, and we're replacing doors, windows, siding, roofing, insulation, and bringing the house up to today's standards. And the upper level addition is a primary suite with a view deck, and we're hoping to improve the curb appeal. Next slide, please. So it is not a new structure. There are existing non-conforming setbacks. No variances are requested, but we are requesting additional building site coverage. 44% is allowed for all of the properties on this street. Existing is at 59.25, as Sherry R. mentioned. So we're already 366 square feet over. And with the addition at the first level of 65 square feet and cantilevered portions of the second story of 65 square feet, we're asking for an additional 130 square feet of additional lot coverage for a total of 495. And it is consistent with the pattern of development in this neighborhood. Next slide, please. So there are 35 properties with a Sunset address, and 26 are 2 or 3 stories above the street. In fact, 4 of the properties on the street are 3 stories. All of them are 2 or 3, 26 of those. The site is 30 by 80, which is 2,400 square feet. And I wanted to mention that the Arch Beach Heights specific plan properties are 25 by 100 and 25 square feet. So if you're familiar with the development in Arch Beach Heights, this is smaller than that, shorter and narrow, and a little bit wider, but shorter. The upper level addition is proposed at 3 feet from each property line, which results in a 25-foot wide addition upstairs. And the property is located at the highest point on the street. And I think the final slide, might be the final slide? A couple more slides, final slide. So to summarize, more than 74% of the existing homes on Sunset Terrace are 2 or 3 stories above the street. And land use action 2.10 says it discourages additions of second stories in established neighborhoods where view equity has historically been achieved through 1-story construction. Well, this neighborhood has more than 74% of 2 and 3 stories. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you much. All right. I know there's a lot of interest. Please raise your hand if you're going to be speaking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, I'm going to be limiting the time to 2 minutes. There's just a lot of speakers. We've been there. We've read the staff report. We get the view equity issues and other issues. So please limit your comments to 2 minutes. And I'd like to get a line going. It doesn't have to have everybody, but I don't want to be waiting for people to come up. So please start making your presentations. Also state your name, and the time it takes to state your name will not be included.
Hi, I'm Sean Ellis at 187 Sunset Terrace. We're the most impacted by this by this project, so I'm glad that I'm going first to be able to explain the impact for us. I want to give a little context. Thank you for all coming out and seeing the house. So you already have a lot of context, but just as a reminder, this is our house. We're set back quite a bit from the 2 neighbor houses. So our view corridor is down that chute. This was after a lot of revisions and attempts to appease neighbor views when we did our building. So the fortunate thing is, we were able to actually get a pretty good view, even though we're set back quite a bit. So when these went up a year ago, so for the last year, we've been looking at them. While it was a bit of an annoyance, I was actually saying these people must be from out of town, because I went through the design review process. There's no chance they're going to get that. We never actually had that design approved. It was on appeal to city council that got approved. So, and we were barely blocking people's views. This takes away our view completely. The street pattern, every house on our side of the street is 2 or 3 levels. About half the houses on the ocean side, which would block views, are the lower levels. So of the first 9 houses where there are only 2 that are 3 levels. And so they would be the third. So there's 7 that are not 3 levels. They're only 2 levels. So view equity, I understand, is the important thing. I know that affects us. So pattern and view equity are the 2 important things. It's a very different process than I was there. So I've brought in Larry as well as Steve to help me navigate the process, and also spoke to Anne to learn about some history challenges. So being pre-1940, the history is a potential risk there. So last thing is just Laguna Beach is a beautiful place. It's a great place because of the views, because of the beautiful history. And I think we can.
Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you. I have a PowerPoint that was sent over earlier by Steve Quaratani. Can you please cue that up? Can I start my clock when my PowerPoint's posted?
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll wait until you're ready to go. Get the PowerPoint. Sometimes it takes a long time.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead. I'll note before you begin that we received this and I reviewed it, as did the other board members, but go ahead.
So would you like me not to read it to you? Is that what you're
Don't
saying?
read it to me unless you want to use your 2 minutes that way.
No.
Okay,
The
begin.
only thing I want to mention is that, so first slide, this lays out our opposition, basically summarizing the issue. Our primary issues are view equity. I think there's a problem with making the findings on the excess lot coverage as well. And we've tried to outline that. The excess, next slide, please. These are the arguments with regard to view equity, and we just like these incorporated into the record just to save time. You can see the beautiful views that are out the windows, and I know you have all been there, so we appreciate your visits. Next slide, please. These are pictures of the sunset from Sean's house. Next slide, please. Discussing the excess lot coverage, I think it's just important to note that the lot coverage may be modified when it's necessary to preserve views. And this property, I think it would be agreed that it is not preserving views. I had a slight departure from the staff interpretation of that, using the word "or" as maintaining neighborhood pattern or development patterns as being sort of disjunctive of everything else. I think that all of those items have to be considered in terms of deciding whether or not the findings can be made for excess lot coverage. So I would just, when Sean went through the process, as he mentioned, he was kind of put through the ringer. He had to meet a lot of deals. Remember that because Marshall Innens was the design professional on that, and they abandoned the project in 2017 and then came back and took another run at it. Ultimately, they were denied because of view equity, had to appeal a 4-1 denial of this board to the city council, and the city council reversed that. So he's been through it. He knows the process. He would just request that it be applied the same to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Ann Severson Udaly, and I reside at 190 Sunset Terrace right next door. 190 has been our family home for over 60 years plus. I've always felt safe and free, but after having to live with the proposed project of story poles, my quality of life is not the same. After reviewing the revised design of the story poles, I've observed that the overall height appears largely unchanged from the previous version. I understand the design has now been altered to feature a hip roof. However, I've also noticed new poles added in the patio area, which now extend a foot or more above my fence line. Although the structure is located at 186th property, it sits just inches away from my fence, nearly touching, and it creates a double-decker effect that further obstructs and dominates my outdoor space, interrupting my light and air. This modification significantly affects my property in several important ways. Privacy. The increased height and proximity of the structure directly compromises the privacy of my patio, which is the key living and relaxing space for my husband and I. The sunlight. The placement and height of the new design will cast considerable shade over my patio and into my home, reducing natural light through the windows. This creates a much darker, more confined atmosphere that feels intrusive and overwhelming. Visual impact, the structure now dominates the view of my home, appearing oversized and visually out of place. Its scale and proximity give the impression that it's closing in on my living space. Each time I step outside, I'm met with an imposing presence that drastically alters the feel and enjoyment of my outdoor area. In closing, I respectfully request that you reconsider the height and placement of this proposed project. The current design has an unpleasant and significant impact on neighboring properties, particularly mine, and I hope that these concerns will be thoughtfully taken into consideration during the planning approval process. Thank you to the board and your time, thoughtful consideration, preserving my family's home for the next years to come.
Thank you very much.
Sincerely.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Leon Alexander, and I reside at 415 Hill Street in Laguna Beach, and I own 191 Sunset Terrace directly across the street from the subject applicant. And there's going to be at least 75% or more blockage of view from my premises there. I'm extremely appalled by the project. In fact, shame on you, Nancy. When you did my project and you were the planning agent on it. I made sure I didn't build above the roof line that I had originally. And you protected the community, and now you're not protecting the
Okay,
community.
excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
You need to direct your comments to me, not to anyone else.
Okay, I'll direct it to you and her. Okay? Thank you.
No, just to me.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay. Anyway, I did comply. I didn't want to irritate my neighbors. I did the neighborly thing, and I did not build above, not to violate their view. I like to know, she puts up there 2 or 3 story homes, but she doesn't put how many 3-story homes are on that street. It's very minimal, if any. If you set precedent to this, it's going to set precedents for other properties to build 3 stories, even me, if I have to build a 3-story in order to get up her view. What I'm trying to tell you is that this is a drastic move, and I'm going to object to it harshly. Thank you.
Thank you much. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Kevin Carey, and I'm here to represent my good friend Bill Vino, who lives at 181 Sunset Terrace. I brought with me a couple of photographs that I took personally at a function at Bill's house approximately 1 year ago. His view is astonishing. I'm sorry that nobody came to visit his home to see it, but the photographs pretty much lay that out. And that view will be 90+% compromised if you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Damon Newell. I spoke with Thomas Gibbs briefly when I came down to Sunset Terrace to speak to the other neighbors about whether or not they were going to stand against this project. I'm new. Well, actually, I grew up in Laguna. I lost my house in the fires. It took me almost 30+ years to be able to afford a home in Laguna, and I bought a home on Solana Way. I bought it because the $1 million view, well, that's what my dad said, and I said, I must have overpaid. So the views are what it's about. I'm right on top of Coast Highway. I get a lot of noise, and the main reason I bought my house is because I can afford to live there because of the downstairs rental unit that I have. And I advertise it as a sunset Catalina view. You will still be able to see Catalina, but roughly 40% of the view will be gone for my rental, and I will probably lose rental value on that. Also, on the second story, which is the master bedroom, I took a picture, which I'll share. I just lied in the bed, and it's about 50% of what I can actually see of the ocean while lying in my bed. So the upper story is better. I also took pictures in here that are of my neighbor's yard. She actually wrote a letter in, but she lives in Hawaii. She's south of me on Solana Way. So that's from her yard, and it just kind of shows her view loss. But this is the middle story, and then this is the lower story. And I also want to say it does seem a little dishonest that they said that a certain number of homes were blocked or 2 or 3 stories, when my biggest concern, and I don't know how this works yet, but if they do it, then their neighbors are going to want to do it, and then all my view's gone. And even if they only take 10% each, where does it stop? I mean, I have real concerns about that. So I hope you don't pass it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Jill Dorn, I'm at 155 Sunset Terrace, so I'm down the street to where I'm not impacted by this view issue other than my concern for future building. I'm one of those still original one story on the street level houses, and if house across the street from me does similar thing, or house a few doors down does a similar thing, that's it. That's the end of how we live in that house. We sit in that room and we look out every night, we watch that sunset. And I mean, that's, let alone the financial value, you know, of our house. It's how we live there. It's why we live there. And if I was directly across looking at that right now, I would be devastated. I don't know how, you know, how we keep coming home. I'm really pleased that people are moving in and they're going to take care of the house. Every house there needs, you know, at some point a lot done. I just hope there's a way to do it without crushing neighbors, because it also changes the whole enjoyment of the neighborhood when people don't like their neighbors. And I would just say it's important to reconsider, because do you even want to live there when everybody's operating at a loss due to your presence? All right.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Svetlana Ellis, and I'm wife of Sean. Address Sunset Terrace 187. And
Can you speak into the microphone,
yeah.
please? It's hard to hear you.
Okay.
You can pull it down.
Yeah,
Somebody,
control.
Bill, can you? Yeah. good.
Okay.
Much
So
better.
we
Much better.
Yes, we
Start your time again, please.
our project was denied several times because we had to meet all the compliances of our neighbors, all the wishes we did. Everybody was happy. We went very, very deep down, like we were building subway, really. And we went way back, and I was still happy because I got this beautiful sunset view, what Sean showed you on the big poster. But now I'm in the situation when I will lose it. So I don't think it's fair to us. Just sorry.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Ron Hassman. I live at 2699 Solana Way. I purchased the house about 17 years ago, and now here at the meeting, trying to save my view. I think the applicant's very inconsiderate, and I would like to oppose it and deny that the applicant to get approval for the increase on the height of the house. I have a question for the board, if there's someone who can answer it for me. The California Environmental Quality Act, how does this house qualify for that? Can you give me specifics and kind of?
No, we're not here to answer questions.
Well,
Keep
I
your
know, but
comments
could
to
you
the
address
issue.
that sometime, maybe when you're asking questions, because you gave him time and talked and,
We're not answering your questions. Please complete your 2 minutes.
Well, that's all I have to say, because I oppose this. I think it's rude and inconsiderate of these people to do this to all the neighbors in the area. And there's no reason for them to be here even.
Okay,
Thank you.
when we get into deliberations, I'll say how.
That's what I mean.
Let me talk.
Okay.
I'll address how CEQA relates to this project, but I'm not going to do it in a
I
question.
received a card in the mail, and it's according to the card at the
No,
official
you're done.
document,
Thank you.
It doesn't.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Okay, seeing none, I return it to the applicant. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I spoke with most of the neighbors, 187, 191, Lisa next door, Damon across the street, Leon at 191, Bill, who was represented tonight by Kevin Kier, at least either by a phone call or an email. And I hadn't heard from this Ron Hassman. I was never contacted. But with that being said, I do have some slides to, we believe that the view issue is most impacted to Sean and Svetlana's house because it takes away the horizon view, and any upper level addition on this house will affect that ribbon view. So if this is the property 186, if you can go to the next slide, please. These blue spaces are all 2-story or a tree grouping on Lisa's property across the street. So all of those items are already high impacts to the properties. Next slide, please. This is views from 187. If you go to the next slide, 187. So these are the current views. Sean showed his view down the street and the view across the street. And then the pictures of those are pretty much the picture that he showed up top, and then a sunset view that he sees from his lower view. Next slide, please. And then this is the impact of our upper level, which we know will take that view across the street, but he still has the view down the street. Next slide, please. And then these are the views from 191. I met with Leon at his, in his upper level of his duplex there. And this represents the views that he enjoys. And then the next slide, please. We know that the upper level addition will eliminate the ribbon view, as you see in the photo that we've put together there. The height of our addition is 8 feet. Even if we had a flat roof, it would be 6 feet, and that ribbon view would be impacted. Next slide, please. This shows, it might be hard to see, but these are the two most recent projects that went to the Design Review Board in 2017 and 2016. The applicant's property is the first column, and what it highlights is the variances that were given for both those properties that were built as new single families, and they were both given XX lot coverage. They were given variances to encroach into the front setback, and I'll be available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question for the applicant. The views from 191 that you have, were they from the deck or from the living space?
From the deck.
Are the views similar from the living space? Because I think there's a window that returns back.
I gave you MLS links, and in the advertisements to rent that unit, it appears that when they're looking out those units, those windows of the top, the studio up there, that they didn't see the roof, but I'm sure you can go and get closer to the window.
Thank you.
I have one question. What's the plate height for the upper story?
8 feet.
Across the board, or where the roof's higher up?
Yeah, that's an additional 3 feet where the height.
3 feet.
Yes. So the
And-
plate is 8, which is the ceiling height is 8.
Okay,
and then-
explain to me why reducing that height to, a flat roof or a less of an incline won't improve the view at 187?
So if you have an 8-foot plate height and then you have a foot of structure,
Mhm.
right now it's proposed at 8 feet above. So if it was flat roof, it would be 6 feet above. And I believe that ribbon view is probably 18 inches. So any upper level will affect that ribbon view for the neighbor.
I'm not sure I understand. So if we reduce it to a flat roof up there, you're saying it wouldn't improve the view from 187?
You would
or
not,
would?
you would not improve and see the horizon water.
So regardless, you would not see the horizon water?
Right.
Okay. All right, that answers my question. All right, sounds like there's no more questions. I close the public hearing. Who wants to begin? MJ?
Start. Why not? So it's a great house. It's a beautiful house. It's just on the wrong side of the street. So that's where the problem lies. The view from, I believe it's 187, the Ellis's home especially, is their primary view. And it's visible from inside their ceremonial space at their home. We always have to balance the right to build and capitalize on those opportunities with the neighbor's right to have what they have and what they see as what's important to them. For me, view equity in Laguna is everything, more so than privacy, more so than mass and scale, just about everything. We live in this city for a view. And I think if you asked anybody, would you like to look at the ocean or look at your neighbor across the street? They'd say, well, I think I'd like to look at the ocean. So I've been, dealing with this because I could see why you'd want this space. I just cannot prove it based on view equity being not achieved and no way to really achieve it that I can see with this upper level. I don't know if you looked at a smaller offset piece to get you something, a loft type perch. I don't know if you looked at going under in the crawl space to expand your footprint. I can't give you this percentage increase. I know that you called it out on a couple of the spaces, but those again are, at least one of them I checked quickly, was on the other side of the street. So to give you that additional coverage, when you're taking something so pristine and important is, I just can't do that. And I think all the criteria noted in our design review and general plan speaks to that pretty clearly. That you've gone from 44% to 60 or to 64, even though you had that little in between that where you are now, it's still your 24% increase. And that's pretty substantial in that neighborhood. The other thing I'm concerned about is setting precedent, as the one neighbor stated. You know, this is a concern. People want bigger homes. They want to get the value. They want to get the price. They want to make more money. They want to have more space. But at what price? You know, at what price freedom? Where do you draw the line? So I think in this case, setting precedent is concerning. I don't think it's a pattern development there. I think that Arch Beach Heights, as you mentioned, is its own animal, and they stagger very differently up there, and they have a whole set of their own view and privacy problems up there. We have to look at everything lot specific, and this is lot specific, and it specifically removes a primary view from someone who abided very well to design review back in the day. And I don't believe Solano, and I apologize to the Solano neighbors, I don't see that as being a huge impact. I think when you're that far away, we have to limit how much we give. But in this particular case, and avoiding to be redundant, I feel like view equity has not been achieved, and I cannot find the findings for the increased coverage.
Okay, thank you, MJ. I'm going to go next to give a different point of view so that the other three board members can consider both. This is a tough case because at issue here is whether you can build a second story versus 187, whose view is going to be impacted from a primary area. It's a big impact to both. The guidelines provide that we are to balance the right to develop versus view preservation. And we're to consider in that connection the pattern of development. I see the pattern of development differently than my colleague. Do you have the photos ready, Bill? This is from the balcony of 187, I believe. And this shows the two houses directly toward the beach down the street on Sunset. And you can see that the pattern of development going south are houses of similar size and scope as the current project with the second story. Next slide, please. You can see that the house on the left is indeed even bigger than the house that's the applicant. And the house on the right is significantly, you know, it's kind of in between, but taller and would impact view. But it's a single story. Next slide. Next slide. I have one too many on that. We've already seen that. Okay, and this is to uphill on Sunset. And I think the pertinent compatibility, the pattern of development is that on that side of Sunset Terrace. And you can see that other than the next house over, which still has a high roof height, the two houses above all have 2 stories. And if you drive all the way down Sunset, there's numerous other homes on that side of the street with a second story. I don't consider this a 3-story house because the bottom floor is an ADU and very minor. I mean, it's not a big space. I want to hear what my other colleagues have to say, but to deny this applicant the right to build a reasonable size home, it's a small home to begin with, and deny them a second story, I think is contrary to the pattern of development and would totally destroy, that's too much of a statement, but it would seriously infringe on the right to develop. Now, I'm very sensitive, as I say this, to Sean and Svetlana Ellis. I don't believe there would be an issue on view equity with any of the other homes. They all have great views, including from ceremonial areas. But it's a big chunk of their view. Now, they do have, as the applicant showed, a downslope view, which is a beautiful view of the ocean, which you see from the deck. So I'm torn on this one. And I can't really, at this point, but I want to hear what my other colleagues have to say. I'm balancing the equities on this one. I think I got to go with the pattern of development and the right to develop. So I wanted to get that out. Other than that, I think it meets all the guidelines. With respect to building site coverage, I walked again looking at all these two-story homes. Everyone's violating the building site coverage, and what? Well, I think my view is the cow is out of the barn or the rabbit's out of the hat, one of the two. Anyway, that's my own view, that it's such a minor increase, I would approve it. So the issue is view equity, guys. So who wants to go next? Jeff?
I'll give it a go, Chair, and I do agree with your pattern of development commentary. I also think there's a compromise that could be made, which would enable a slight view corridor and also enable some light and air for the neighbor next door. Just kind of looking at the floor plan for the upper level, I agree with your comments pertaining to they've got a right to build for sure. But if there's an option for the applicant to propose maybe a slight reduction in the primary suite and primary closet, I think there's an opportunity to open up a little bit of more of a view corridor for the Ellis's. I think that's worth considering here tonight. But yeah, I would echo your pattern of development commentary.
All right, Jess?
So at first sight, I was in your kitchen and I said, this appears to meet the pattern of development. But then when I did a deep dive into that street, and I only did a deep dive because I visited the home of the Ellis's and saw the view obstruction. So then I did what I did and looked at each of the properties along the side of the street that's on the applicant's side. You have 198 Sunset Terrace, was built in 1977. It's close to Coast Highway. There's no neighbors on the other side of the street. There's no view impact. That's a two-story from the street. 194 Sunset Terrace, built in 2018. No neighbor view impact. That's also 2 stories from the street, and that also doesn't have neighbors directly across the street. 190 Sunset Terrace was built in 1936. 186 Sunset Terrace, the applicants, you guys are proposing a second story, which ultimately is a third story, but a second story from the street. The neighbor's house, 182 Sunset Terrace, built in 1929, is a second story that does have a view impact. 176 Sunset Terrace, built in 1965, has a second story that has a view impact. 166 Sunset Terrace, built in 1936, that is a single story, obviously no view impact. 162 Sunset Terrace, built in 1929, single story, no view impact. 158 Sunset Terrace, built in 1966, again, no view impact. 154 Sunset Terrace, built in 1958, again, no view impact. These are all single stories. And then 142 Sunset Terrace, built in 1978, also no view impact. 138 Sunset Terrace, built in 1998, with DR established, that has no view impact. 134 Sunset Terrace, built in 2011, with DR established, no view impact. 124 Sunset Terrace, built in 1961, no view impact. 116 Sunset Terrace, built in 1979, no view impact. So that makes me reconsider the pattern of development. For 182 Sunset Terrace and 176 Sunset Terrace, they were built, those second stories from the street were built prior to DR approval or DR review. I believe that if those two buildings, those two projects came before the board today, they would not be approved. I don't see the pattern of development here. I think it will set a precedence that as those other houses down the street are getting older, that those properties will, the owners of those properties will feel that they have the right to build a second story from the street, which ultimately will take the views from the neighbors across the street. So with that, I cannot support the project. As far as lot coverage, it can be granted to protect views if you, I agree with Chair Gibbs about the lot coverage. There's other, it's a constrained lot, and similar to Arch Beach, I'm okay with the extra lot coverage. If you want to add more volume down there, I know you have a lot of empty space or with it crawl space that you could utilize to get square footage. I'm okay with that. But yeah, view equity, I can't support it.
Louis, you got the floor.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I think Chair Gibbs said it pretty well. Like, one of the hardest things we have to do is balance the rights of the applicants and their right to build versus the neighborhood context and the views that exist across the area. When I first walked up to the site, and was reading it on the plans, it's like, oh, this looks pretty reasonable. And, I appreciate the applicants and really trying to start with what they needed and trying to be in the reasonable and use the guidelines as best they can. And I really see that careful consideration in the work that you brought to us this evening. So thank you. Instead of trying to go long, I think there is an availability to build a second story on this house. I would like to probably take a look very similar to Member Bauta's comments of how do we reduce that space to make that impact a little more, little less. The guidelines kind of call for view corridors in between the side yards and that kind of stuff. I do recognize that it does take away the horizon view, but you do have an envelope on your site and a buildable space and footprint to add bedrooms to your parcel. And so I want to be careful in how I consider that. I'm not saying, I'm saying at this point, I'm willing to take another look at some revisions to that upper level to try to make sure we're at the minimums for the roof height. I know the project that was totally rebuilt a couple doors down towards Coast Highway was highly compressed in building that second story. And not that I want to compress yours to the maximum, I just want to make sure we're taking a really careful look at this. Whether you're pulling in from in a normal site, we'd try to encourage a pop-up or a shift to one side, but due to the width of your lot, it's pretty limited. So it's going to take some creativity on your design team to really try to find this balance. And I'm not saying that there will be a balance if we come to another hearing, but I'm willing to take another look at it at this point to give that benefit of a doubt. There may be other alternatives on your site to create some program as far as the lot coverage. It's definitely a standard that's been exceeded significantly in the Victoria Beach area, and that there can be findings to be made to find that in other areas of the lot if desirable. But as far as the second story, I'm not ruling it out, but I'm willing to support a continuance at this time to take another look. Either you can remove it or move forward however you see fit. But I will take another fresh look and give some context up or down at a second hearing one way or another. But I do think we could use a little reductions to try to minimize some of the impacts.
All right, let me kind of, because I'm sensing potentially 3 votes for a second story. I think the message here is the Ellis, or the Ellises. They went down. They have a lower house than others. What kind of a difference it would make and all that, we don't know because it wasn't built up to the other levels. And so I think you're with 3 votes, you've got 3 people who are very sensitive to the Ellises. And I think to get a second story approved, I know it's narrow to begin with, and I know there's other houses that have second stories that maybe didn't have the objections, or as a board member Gannon said, were done before design review. But we have to evaluate this project with the balance of development, your right to develop, versus the view impact. And we have a serious impact here. So Nancy, your challenge here is do something with that second story. I might also reduce the height, even though maybe it doesn't give ocean views, but it creates less of an impact. In other words, your job is to create more view corridor for the Ellises and reduce the view impact of that house directly across the street. So with that said,
Chair, may I ask you a question before we roll? Because usually you like to resolve stuff. So I'm going to put you on the spot.
Absolutely.
So
I love it.
Great. So view equity as opposed, you're, for the coverage component, I think we were all saying that we were willing to go with the coverage if they maybe extend underneath the house or something. You're saying like view equity is not achieved here, but yet I'm
No,
not
I think-
following how you're.
I think view equity is achieved.
Oh, okay.
Personally, but the other two board members would say they need to be able to make that determination, need some reduction at the second story. I didn't address the issue you've raised, which I think is an important point. Under the code, it is disjunctive. In other words, we can waive the view maximum lot coverage under a number of findings, and he always uses the word "or," so we can base it on any of them. One is preserve views, but another is neighborhood development pattern. And clearly, neighborhood development pattern, as was acknowledged by Board Member Gannon, is triggered here, entitling us to waive. We don't have to, but it's entitling, and I would waive. And this is another point for you. I think to achieve view equity here, the ground for that, which is to preserve views, I'm not telling you we will, but we would certainly consider more lot coverage to preserve view equities of the Ellises. In other words, there's some flexibility here. In my mind, what's more important, and I think I would imagine everyone would agree, is the view equity issues of the Ellises over the lot coverage issue. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but
Yeah. And then,
Yeah.
Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but square footage on a second story doesn't add to lot coverage.
no, but yeah, it may not. I'm not saying,
Second stories in general don't
no,
trigger that expansion.
Non-conforming, and so what I'm
No,
saying is
it
this,
just-
no,
lot
I know.
coverage is
I'm
what
just,
hits the
I'm
ground.
not an architect. Maybe it might, maybe it might not. All right, with that,
Yeah. So there are areas on the second floor that are cantilevering,
Okay.
and that contributes to lot coverage.
That's what I saw
So
that.
if it's completely over the lower level, it doesn't, but if it extends beyond.
Yes.
sorry. If it extends beyond, then it adds to it, correct?
All right. Continue, I assume you want a continuance? Nancy?
Yes, we would. I have just one question.
Shoot.
If we were to, we kind of looked at, if we narrowed it, we thought we really couldn't gain any equity. But if we were to narrow, is there a desire whether it would be narrowed on the two-story side or the one-story side? If,
We can't help you there. You may want
don't
to
know,
come up to the
thought maybe
Ellis.
somebody
Are you
could,
talking about like towards the front of the lot or
No.
in comparison to your neighbors?
yeah, to create a
Ooh.
corridor.
Like if she's trying to do a pop-up more on one half of her.
You're,
She's asking to lean on which side?
I'm not sure. I think
Okay.
your concern is the Ellises.
Yeah.
And I
I
would
would speak.
suggest that you cooperate, allow them to go up on your deck, talk to them.
Mhm.
I mean, you hear three board members saying second story potential. So if you can kind of come up with something that you can live with, I said potentially 2.5. Yeah, I don't know where Lewis. stands.
Yeah, I'm a
So you-
50-50 on
Yeah,
where.
So you got 2.5. I
I
think,
wanna
thank you for the
see-
correction.
I want to see some elements of
But
reprieve.
see if something can be done, because I think it's a tough sell, at least for Emir and me, to deny this applicant a second story, a meaningful second story. Okay, with that, let's pick a date.
Is there a date in October? Maybe May 3rd?
Given the
May 3rd?
October 23rd is a possible date?
Yeah.
October 9th, October 23rd?
October 23rd would be better.
Okay. On item number
Yeah, they go.
5.5 at 186
Thank you.
Sunset Terrace, I'll move to continue the project to October 23rd. Did I get the day right?
I second.
Call the roll.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Project has been.
All right. We look forward to seeing something that works. All right, so the next one is 5.6, and it's 31201 Cianthus Drive. Design Review 25-1130. Shh. Hey, please take it outside. No talking in here. We've got another matter. Design Review 25-1130, Revocable Encroachment Permit 25-1131, Variance 25-1132, and Coastal Development Permit 25-1164. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I had a site visit and went to the home across the street, Mr. Weideman's at 31222 Cianothus.
Same here, Chair.
Yeah, same, and I spoke with him on the phone.
And I also,
I spoke with the applicant team.
I met with Mr. Weideman and went by the property.
Okay, I
Spoke
met
to Bob McGraw.
I met with Mr. McGraw at the site, and I met with Natasha Wiedemann, across the street. Okay, Sarah, it's all yours.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Design Review Board. Item 5.6 is a request for design review, a revocable encroachment permit, a coastal development permit, and a variance located at 31201 Cianothus Drive. The property is located in South Laguna within the R1 zone and is improved with a 3,649 square foot single-family residence with elevated decks and an attached two-car garage. The proposed project is subject to design review and includes an elevator and stairway addition as highlighted in red, 2 elevated decks as highlighted in green, and 1 bathroom addition located below the elevated deck at the middle level. The proposed exterior remodel will give the building a modern contemporary aesthetic with the addition of smooth gray stucco, vertical composite wood siding, brick veneer, and standing seam metal roofing. The project also includes various window and door modifications throughout. The landscaping initially proposed to remove all plantings and shrubs, including the larger tree near the driveway. However, at the time of publishing the staff report, the applicant presented a slightly modified landscape plan which proposed the existing tree near the driveway to remain. It would be at the board's discretion to impose any maintained height limits for the existing tree. The revocable encroachment permit includes on-grade site access stairs and new metal guardrails for the existing driveway bridge. The coastal development permit is required for the ADU conversion of existing non-habitable space at the lowest level of the home. The ADU is proposed at 1,030 square feet and will have 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and 1 full kitchen. A variance is requested to provide the required uncovered parking space on the driveway within the front yard. Per the R1 zone, there cannot be regular or constant parking of vehicles within the front yard. The proposed placement of the space will be within the driveway, and the encroachment into the front yard will be minimal at about 2.5 feet. Public correspondence has been received for the project. Earlier on, with preliminary staking, a neighbor had concerns with privacy and view equity regarding the ADU deck, but the project has since been revised to address the concern. There was an additional comment received during the publication of the staff report regarding the proposed height of the elevator addition. Overall, staff finds that the project meets all the design review criteria and necessary findings for design review, revocable encroachment permit, coastal development permit, and the variance, and recommends that the board conduct a public hearing, consider all public testimony, and adopt the attached resolution approving the project and finding said action exempt from CEQA. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Any questions? All right, I open the public hearing. Mr. McGraw, you have 5 minutes. Yeah, there it goes.
Oh, no. Okay. Good evening, board members. I'm Bob McGraw, architect, representing this evening Don and Tina Nguyen, the owners of this property. And I probably, Sarah gives such a good presentation, I'm probably going to be a little redundant. If you could go to page 3 of my situation there. Page 3. So what we're proposing a total of 306 square feet of new habitable space. The bulk of that is going to be in, this is the garage plan is going to be our stairway and elevator mass, let's call it that. And it goes 4 stories. It's at 36 feet above grade below, which is allowable for a stair and a elevator. If you could go to page 5, please. The other square footage we're adding is just below the green mass, which is the small bathroom on the existing bedroom number 3. And page 8. So this illustration is to show you there's 2 reasons where we place this pod, because there's a lot of restrictions. The red line is actually the maximum height above finished floor, existing grade, or finished grade, whichever is the most restrictive. In this case, it's actually the finished grade below the house. You can see to the left or the back of the house how much that affects the roof line. So we couldn't do much aesthetically to connect the existing house with the existing garage. And then the blue line is the maximum height taken from the center line of the street. And that the most restrictive part of that, again, is to the left side or the back of the house where we have the additional setback. So we couldn't add any decks or anything to the top of it. We did deal with the neighbors to the north and south and reduce the deck profile so that it wouldn't interrupt any of their side views to the over the backyard of this property. Let's see. So because the existing house is 3,600 square feet already, and we're adding something to it, we do need that third parking space. If you go to page 3 again, please. No, I'm sorry, not 3. Page 7. This is just the simplified site plan. The green again is the pod we're adding for the stair and the elevator. The red is the parking space, which again is supposed to be within the setbacks. We've got 18 square feet of that red area that requires the variance. And then the other thing is the encroachment, which is the staircase to the upper right corner of the property there, the blue area. This gives us 360, the allowable is 360 around the building, and also an entrance from the street to the ADU. So we worked with staff because this was a preference as opposed to doing a public parking space, because technically that could not stand for the third parking space required by zoning. But basically our lot coverage is 32.7%, our allowable is 38.16, landscape open space is 42%, and the demolition is well below 50% at 31.74%. So, and we have met with we have a slight problem with Mr. Wiedemeyer and his wife about a small view to the north, which I'd like to get your opinion on that. And I think I've discussed it with some of the board members. And we do have a compromise to offer.
That's good. You want to offer it now or after the Wiedemeyer?
I could do that, yeah.
Well, your time's running out. Why don't we hear their complaint and then offer the compromise? You know, I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to exercise the chair's discretion. Why don't you present the compromise so that you can hear it and then you can comment on it rather than talking in the dark? Go ahead.
So let me give you a.
No. Give it to her.
Come up here.
Because of
Setting
the
weapons.
because of the length of the remaining matters, try to keep your comments concise on what it is.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I met with the Wiedemans, and so what I've done here is page 1 is actual aerial. I took a view from the rear seat of the dining table on the deck to try to determine how much of that string line of our stair and elevator pod is actually in that view area that they would like to keep. And it looks like it's about 12 feet. So in order to do that, this is what I'm addressing here is to move that pod, we'd have to move it 12 feet back towards the street. If you go to page 3, that's actually where it would have to be in order to remove 12 feet. I'm not sure if I moved it 2 feet or 5 feet, it would do anything. So what we're proposing is also, number 1, for the neighborhood, we'd like to put an off-street parking space in front. There's an existing railroad tie retaining wall, which is going to need attention anyway. So this might be, it's a pretty bad street, so this could help to improve the street. And then what that would do, that would predicate the fact that we would have to get rid of the tree in front. And I think when you look at that tree, it could offer a lot more view over the existing ridge of the garage. Up the
Okay,
north
so the
coast.
compromise is removing the tree because you can't move the stair or the elevator tower.
Right.
Okay.
If we were to move it, we'd have to add more square footage, our coverage would go up and.
Okay, we'll get to that in
Okay.
because that's one of the questions I had. All right, you're up now.
Thank you. Like Bob said, I'm Etienne Wiedemann from 3112 Cianosis. I'm just going to get right to the point. I had a little thing planned, but I'll just answer the question. Yeah. The tree historically has been cut to roof ceiling height all along in agreements with, us and a bunch of the neighbors. If the plan is not to do that, we would obviously appreciate them removing the tree. It doesn't, however, address the actual issue, which is the fact that our entire house was built, and many of you were there. Thank you very much. I think everybody tried. Was built with the Treasure Island view in mind. I think some of you sat down on the patio there to look at the impact. And, while we still have Treasure Island, we lose all of the Montage Beach and the white water and the rocks. I'm not suggesting it devastates my view in any way. I'm not absurd about it. All I'm saying is, if there is a way to move that thing forward, has it been properly explored? And if not, why can't we go down that path a little bit? That's my question. It's that simple. That view is iconic. My family loves it. Everybody that comes there goes, wow, you see the Montage Beach, you see that? There's definitely impact. I'm not saying it devastates my view. I don't want to take it to the absurd. It's not necessary. But you were all there. I just want to know, why can't we explore moving that deck a little bit back? That elevator.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Larry Noakes, and I'm working with the Wiedemann family, and we've tried to be real open with Bob and with Don and Lisa on what we thought might be a solution to solving the problem, and it had to do with shifting that mass of that elevator complex a little bit toward the street. The elimination of the tree would be great, but it doesn't preserve that view of the Montage Beach, which is a really beautiful view from the house. I think you all were able to see it. And Jessica, I appreciate your gallant efforts to make it up there. Sorry that there was nobody there to let you in. But the idea that the Wiedemans had was not to stop the project, not to halt the project, not to hold up the project, but to see if we could get some relief by shifting that one architectural element forward. So we didn't come in just with a complaint. We came in with a proposed solution. The Wiedemans would just like to see if we could explore it, see if we can make it work. If it would mean a lot to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I think that's it. So you have 3 minutes to respond. Focus on whether it can be moved back if you could. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, I wish there was a simpler solution. But like I said, it's very restrictive. We've got literally 4 floors. We've got a garage. We've already stepped down from the garage 2 risers to get to the first entry of the stair and elevator pod. And then the other floors are already fixed. And we only have 8-foot ceilings in those areas. And I don't really believe that moving it over 5 feet is gonna help.
All right, anything else?
That's it. Yeah, I'd
Any-
love to solve the problem.
Any questions?
I'm a little bit, I need clarification. Are you proposing to move it 12 feet towards the street? Or you're just saying that's how
That's-
much distance it would have to go?
Yeah,
Okay.
based on the calculation, it looks like it's about 12 feet to get rid of that whole string line.
So you're proposing another parking space, did I read that correctly, as like an
And a
alternative?
removal of a tree.
That was something
So
Lewis had
that's
talked about.
That's a separate conversation regarding the variance and the REP
Right.
components to
That was something he could do.
He can't- he-
It's up to us whether to
But you
require.
could
it.
do that. You can do the parking space.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, with that said, let's close the public hearing. Who wants to begin?
I'll,
Go ahead.
or you want to go?
Yeah, I'll
Sure.
give it a go. I think this is very thoughtfully designed. And I think, the view impact, it would be great if something could be done, but it doesn't appear to be the case. And I don't think that view impact was as significant as I think we initially thought with the email coming through. To go take a second look, which I did. I got out there, I got out on their deck. I took photos from the living room and also the activity deck as well. And I couldn't see the view impact. We had other hearings tonight that were a bit more substantial and we could accommodate some modifications too, but I think for this particular case, the applicant has a right to build this property and they have a right to get this property approved tonight.
And I'll follow with that, because I didn't get to go on the deck, so I'll take Board Member Balta's view, his analysis of view equity. As far as everything else goes, access, parking, you can fit a full-size Range Rover in that parking space without any of it hanging out into the street, so I'm fine with the parking, the bumpers being into the right of way. As far as it doesn't impede traffic flow, there's no public safety. And then I would like to hear what the other board members say about the parking spot, removing that tree and removing the tree just for fire hazard, fire prevention. Would be enough to remove the tree, but also to be able to remove the tree and then add a off-street parking space. Because the parking there is very limited. That street is very narrow. When I first joined the board, I got a ride-along with the fire department, and they went all the way down to Cianothus, and that engineer drove all the way back without hitting or bumping another car. So I know it can be done, but that's a skilled driver. So any impacts or improvements that you guys can do with that is greatly appreciated for the safety of the community. As far as everything else, it meets all the objective development standards and also the design review criteria, as so eloquently pointed out by Ms. Olson in the staff report, and I can support this project this evening.
Lewis?
Yeah, Sarah, can you pull up my photo real quick? So again, we're talking about the same thing, right to develop versus view and privacy. And so this is, I climbed up to the pool deck area and took a couple photos, and this is what I saw. Yeah, there is a little bit of white water, but it's, the development is really tucked in to hide behind the existing development. What I immediately asked the applicant was, the tree removal solves a fair amount of problems. I think if the tree comes out, the roof line and over the view of the existing structure would enhance the view towards some more of the rocks. Also in consideration is this was just from one vantage point on the far right side of the house. or the far left side of the house if you're looking at the structure. I think as you move more towards the middle of the lot or the other side, this view continues to open up. And the tree is probably the more significant balance in this equation for removing that balances the view, in my opinion. As far as the variance for parking, I think we're talking remodel here, so we're trying to make stuff work with the nonconformities. The REP component of that same parking dynamic, I asked the applicant that I needed to see some public benefit into that, given what Board Member Gannon described, a narrow street and very limited parking as we come to the end of the street. And so if we can accommodate that REP being fulfilled with the asphalt treatment and a retaining wall installed on or near the property line to support it, I'm supportive of that red line change to make that accommodation. So with those changes, the removal of the tree and the parking incorporated in the REP zone, I can be supportive of the variance and the project at hand.
MJ?
Well, I struggle with this because I'm a view person, as you know, and I think that is a pristine view to see. But I do think that the Wiedemans have a gorgeous view. As he said, he's blessed with a stunning view. I have to take you at your word that there's no alternative to a placement of that. I have to take you as a neighbor's word that there is no alternative. I always say, how would you feel? If you feel like you've done everything that's possible to look at alternatives, even if it's an expense related, I have to trust that you have, because I'm not an architect and I didn't spend enough time measuring and wondering, well, what if we move the stairs here? And how about if we went into this room? And so in that case, I think that the Wiedemans have a lovely view, and this is only a partial obscured, even though it is the best portion of that view. So I just think that it's a mandate upon us to allow you all to have what's required to access your home, again, assuming that every possibility was looked at and was reflected upon as a neighbor and as a part of the community. I agree with Louis in regard to the variance with the removal of the tree and the REP relating to the parking. And I appreciate you laying that out so well. So yeah, I can slightly reluctantly support this project because I always believe there's a solution. So yeah.
All right. And yeah, I concur with my colleagues. I think that view equity is achieved, project's excellently designed. The findings can be made for the variance and the revocable encroachment permit. You basically ask for everything we do. So that's all good. And I concur with the condition that the tree be removed and a public parking place be put on adjacent to the driveway. So with that, do we have a motion?
Chair, I'll move. Sarah, before I do, you've got this. This is. Do you want to? Let me.
What is that?
Make the motion. This is the.
Did we get 3 for the tree?
That was, sorry, that was the red line adjustment that the applicant provided us as documentation for the changes, the parking and the notation for the removal of the tree.
Excellent. Okay, very good.
So I
Go
just
ahead.
want to make sure staff has that and they're relatively good with that direction. Sarah, does that make sense? Okay. On item 5.6, or I'll move item 5.6 at project location 31201 Cianothis Drive, that the board will adopt resolution 25-1130, attachment 1, approving design review 25-1130, revocable encroachment permit 25-1131, variance 25-1132, and a coastal development permit 25-1164. And finding said action exempt to CEQA pursuant sections 15301 and section 15303. And that with the conditions that the board accepts the red line changes as submitted by the applicant regarding the parking space to be contributed in the REP or the public parking space in that zone, and the removal of the tree in the front yard.
Okay, I'll second. Roll call, please.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Kovney,
not sure if I can say yes.
Okay, we'll pass on her. for now.
Abstain if you don't want to say. no.
Abstain.
Okay, that's fine.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
I'll abstain.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. Okay, with that, we actually, so you're supposed to state the vote, right?
It was a 3-0 for approval.
302 vote.
Did you say that and I just didn't hear you?
Sorry, no, you're good. Project was approved 3-2.
Sorry, the project was approved 302. There were 2 abstentions, not 2 votes of deny. No.
And I only abstained because I didn't get to see the view impact. Didn't think it was fair to.
There is no need for any of you to ever
No,
bring your
I
vote.
think-
However, you're free to, Madam Vice Chair.
We've done our votes. Thank you. Okay, the next
Yep.
item is
Hey,
5.7 at 31502 Coast Highway, Design Review 25-0255, Coastal Development Permit 25-0258, Variance 25-0259, ex parte, please.
I did a site visit. I did multiple site visits, actually.
I did a site visit and met with the applicant.
Where are they?
Site visit and spoke with Stan. Is Stan here?
Yeah, is I just called item 5.7 for 31502 Coast Highway. Are you outside? There. Oh, there he is. Okay, come on up. I met with John Craig at the site.
And I went to the site and also spoke with Stan, walked through the project.
All right, and Bill, are you doing this one?
I am. Bear with me for just a moment while I get my PowerPoint up.
I'll fill mine back up. I'm okay. Thank you.
See, settled. All right, good evening, board members. Bill Rodriguez, Planning Manager, Community Development Department. Once again, happy to present the application for the property located at 31502 Coast Highway. This application is seeking your approval to construct a new detached single-family home on the property through the approval of Design Review 250257, Coastal Development Permit 250258, and Variance 250259. The project site itself is located on at the intersection of Monterey, West Street, and Coast Highway, is shown in the left image on the screen. It is technically a through lot because it has street frontage on both Monterey and Coast Highway. The project design treats Monterey as the front of the property. The image on the right is the existing condition of the parcel. You can see that it's been disturbed in the past, and although it may be a little bit hard to see, the site itself is fairly level at the elevation of Monterey Street, and West Street beside it sort of dips down to Coast Highway. The site plan is shown here on the right-hand side. The proposal by the architect is for a 3,500 square foot detached single-family residence with a 2-car garage. There are about 1,000 square feet of elevated decks on the property. Spa located in the backyard. Backyard would then be on the Coast Highway side of the property. There'd be new landscaping as well as public street and sidewalk improvements made around on the Monterey Street side of the property. Project renderings, the top images show the front of the building of the house from Monterey Street, and the bottom images show the image of the house as would be viewed from Coast Highway. There is a variance request. The variance request is seeking to encroach 10 feet into the front yard setback, i.e. to move the building closer to Monterey Street. In the zoning district, the required front yard setback is 20 feet. The 20-foot dimension would be to the, I guess, towards the bottom of the page, the bottom of the red rectangle. The proposal is to move that building forward so that the 10-foot setback would occupy the entire area of the green rectangle, if you will. The request itself is consistent with the pattern of development in the neighborhood. Within the property's block itself, there are 3 other developed properties right now. Each of them are also at about 10 feet from the Monterey property line, just as the proposed project seeks to be. If we look a little more broadly across West Street, also along Monterey, I've dropped in kind of a little dashed line here that shows roughly the 10-foot mark. And on the west side of West Street, excuse me, on the north side of West Street, there are also a number of properties that are either at or closer to Monterey Street than the subject property would be. In terms of public comment, staff did receive a number of emails, one in strong support of the project, 3 in opposition. We did receive late today communication, as well as I believe yesterday, expressing some concern that the subject property might contain some archaeological artifacts. That claim seems to be predicated on an initial study and mitigated neg deck that was done several years ago for a development project that is located catty corner to the project site on the ocean side of Coast Highway. But because they had identified a shell midden on that property, there was concern expressed by the author of the letter that there may be a likelihood of finding similar things on the subject property itself. I know that comment was shared with the board. I will indicating that while the board, has the discretion to decide if you would like to proceed with the project or to request more information or to possibly continue the item, that's certainly at your discretion. Within CEQA itself, I think the standard of review is there, substantial evidence that has been provided, or is there a fair argument that can be made that there's a likelihood, a reasonable possibility to find these archaeological artifacts on this property? Staff's position is that it's been, at least at the surface level, disturbed in the past. There's certainly been other development in the area. To staff's knowledge, we have not encountered anything except for that property located catty corner across the street. I will leave it to the board to determine which argument is more compelling to you. But in terms of going back to the development itself, we do find that the house is in compliance with the design review guidelines, compatible with the neighborhood, also including for the variance, and that we believe that variance findings can be met to allow the garage encroachment into that front yard on Monterey. So with that, I will turn things back over to the board to determine or to receive more public testimony. Obviously, the applicant is here, has a presentation they would like to share with you, and then to deliberate about which direction you would like to go in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. Any questions? None. Applicant has 5 minutes, please.
Good evening. I'm Stan Andrade, the architect for the project. I'm here with Rob Milo, who's here with ownership and his parents. We thank staff for getting us here today. It's been quite a long road. We've gone through several planners. As you know, it's been a rotation, but we're here. So we think we have a good project. We understand there's been some late information related to potential shell midden. To be honest with you, I didn't know what a midden is until this came up, but now we know. I would note in that regard that property that's been a vacant lot for many, many years was actually SDG&E in the city actually over-X'd that, graded it, compacted, put gravel on it a few times over the course of the last few years. So it didn't seem to be an issue when the city and SDG&E needed to use that property. And suddenly here it is. So we're not sure how to go forward with that. But with regards to the project itself, we're happy to answer any questions. And I'd like to introduce Rob, and he has a few words to say himself.
Thank you all. Just a quick minute or two. Good evening. I appreciate the time to, just to say a few words about the submission that we've sent to you. My mother and father, Bob and Andre, have owned right next door, 31511 Monterey for 24 years. My father knew Mr. Dooley, the owner of the empty lot. After Mr. Dooley's passing, his children decided to sell that lot. So my family bought it back in 2022. In August of 23, I engaged Mr. Andrade to start the design process for a single family home. Now, 2 years later, we're excited and we're grateful to be on the verge of approval to further contribute to the neighborhood and the city by constructing this new home. My oldest son is getting married next summer and plans to start a family in this beautiful new home. I can think of no better addition than a young family that will live and contribute to the future of Laguna Beach for many years to come. So I just respectfully ask that the board allow my family to expand its contributions to the community by approving this carefully thought out design for 31502 Coast Highway. So thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Any members of the public wish to speak?
Hi, my name is Sarah Anderson. I live directly across the street at 31502 Monterey Street in the little cottage on the corner. We've owned the home for 15 years now, and we have enjoyed a beautiful ocean view for 15 years, pretty unobstructed. And obviously, this 3,500 square foot home will completely, absolutely destroy any and all view we've got. Again, that view is currently and luckily a beautiful ocean view. We understand new building is inevitable and their right to build, but our view equity in our home will completely cease to exist. I don't believe that this home is in line with the neighborhood, which consists of mainly smaller, more modest beach cottages, including ours, which is a 935 square foot 1941 beach cottage. We don't support the project at all because of the size, the height, and completely blocking our view. I did email Daniel Bessines, I think prior to the deadline, with some photos of how this will impact us. And again, I totally understand their right to build, but again, the massive impact that this will have on our view and completely destroy the view equity that we've got in our home. So that's really all I have to say. I don't really understand the process for this, so that's why I'm here. I don't know what else I need to submit or do, and I would really, really welcome the design review board to maybe be able to come and take a look from our property. Thanks.
What's your address again?
31502 Monterey.
02.
Yeah, so we're like right across, right on the corner of Western Monterey.
Yeah, I want to point out there was an email that Bill sent to me and probably to you guys at
It's loaded.
7:49 tonight, which I think comes from this
Your email?
member of the public with photos. So I just want to point that out.
Was that hers?
Yeah.
Well, I
Okay.
believe the architect of the one, oh, that's her email?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's correct,
Do
Bill.
they have the photos or do they?
Those photos come from, you sent it
Would
to
be
me.
from Sarah Anderson.
Yeah.
this is-
I see it loaded.
Okay, thanks. There's like a
Yeah.
couple of photos.
So we have the photos and you're from, what's your name again?
Sarah Anderson.
Even here.
Oh, this is
If
from
you
somebody
go to public
else.
Respondents, they're in there.
Okay,
Please.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
First and foremost, thank you very much for all your time and attention. Not an easy task you all have by any means. My name is Paul Kraft. I believe those are my photos. I'm on 31567 Catalina Avenue. I've lived there for 25 years. In that time, I have not seen a single two-story building put up between PCH and Monterey, not one. I certainly appreciate everyone's right to build and enhance their property at the respect for the views of the other properties and the community. I also want to, I've been here for 25 years, and sometimes a lot of architects start with a massive, egregious amount of story poles that are just huge in an effort to say, well, at least we can reapproach the board and then we'll cut something back and it's a win-win. It's like reaching for the stars and getting the moon. I'd really, in light of seeing this in that community, because as Sarah just said, it is nowhere near consistent with the area. It's a bunch of small cottages. The majority are one story. The ones that are two-story were grandfathered in that are on PCH and Monterey. And like I said, I haven't seen another like that go up since. About 40% of my ocean view will be obliterated completely. And I think it's wrong. I think it could be a lot cozier, better for the community, and still accomplish your goals and build a good sized house, being a single level, like most of them are now, and then built down to PCH, which is still 2 levels, and accomplish a lot of good for everybody. And that's about it.
What's your name again?
Paul Kraft.
Okay, yeah, that's the email we received from Paul Kraft with those
Can you put that
photographs.
picture up by chance somehow?
Thank you very much.
All right.
We all have it.
Thank you.
All right, any other speakers? With that, I return to the applicant for 3 minutes.
We did send out a neighbor awareness for the process. I'm a big believer in the process, by the way. I've been here a long time, and there's a lot of discussion about how this process works and what it does. But just for the record, I'm a believer in it, so we follow it. We sent out letters that would have loved to have heard from neighbors, would have responded to them. We're in the process of doing that on other projects. And yet here we are tonight for the first time hearing from anybody. So it's really difficult to go through a process when it's not followed completely. But I would say that it's a 2-story home. I mean, what's the suggestion is that it's not a 2-story home, that it would be a single-story home. It doesn't seem to be equitable. It's a property that has the right to be 2 stories. I think we've done an excellent job at staying within the parameters. I think that if you look carefully throughout that whole neighborhood, particularly up Eagle Rock, up on the hill above, you'll see properties that are and projects that are even greater than what we're suggesting. I think it's a reasonable home. It's 2-story. It's understandable that a 1-story home behind it is going to lose its view. Potentially that home and that property one day will be 2-story as well. It has the right to do so. We feel like it's not a reach. And with regards to the idea that we came in with something big so that we can work, that's not how I operate. We come in with a project that we think is approvable, and that's what we believe we have in front of us today. So if you have some more questions, I'm happy to answer. Do you have any comment?
Just as far as the stories go, the house next door to this lot that we're talking about, 31511, that my folks own, that's a 2-story home, and next to them is a 2-story home. So it's consistent with that side of the street that there are 2-story homes there. Are we going to talk at all about the Shell Mitten resource issue, or is that?
I think when the board has a chance to let us know what their opinion is on that.
Horst knows it quite well.
I do.
But it was, may I ask Horst a quick question on it? If that's okay?
I
Is that-
suppose.
I mean, it was, for what I recall on the
You got to
site
come up here.
that we approved building and development on, it had this in it, but it was limited to only like a 20 or 10 by 15 square spot. It was
Yeah.
pretty limited.
Well,
Yeah,
still, we did work on the property across the street. and
But it
went
was
through
still deemed buildable and
Let me ask you, did you find it, you worked on an adjacent property?
So I worked on the oceanfront property that's right across the street.
Oh, that's
from
right.
them,
And
we
did you
went-
find any?
Well,
ancient
we knew that there
artifact?
was a Shell Midden on that property because it was identified in 1979, and because there's a Shell Midden, which I didn't understand what a Shell Midden is either. Apparently, it's sort of like the trash can for the Native Americans when they ate their shells and their abalones, they would. You and I used to play. in the sand.
First.
Anyway,
I'm
getting way
We
off
don't have
subject.
hours.
specifically, it was just limited to a small area on the lot.
Yes,
And the rest of the lot was deemed buildable.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had to work around that
Yeah,
area.
I'll talk about the CEQA because we're talking CEQA
Okay.
here. I think that's enough. This is an unrelated project and I don't want to
I
complicate.
I
the
shouldn't have
project.
asked you up there, but
All right, sit down. We're done with you, Horst, till the next project. All right, I don't know where we are in time. You have anything more to say?
No, we want to answer questions. We want to hear what the board's position is on our design. And, that unfortunately the Shell Midden thing is a little sidetracked, but ultimately we're here to move forward. We've had a family here being very patient and we're ready to move forward. So just let us know what we need to do.
Okay, any questions of Any questions? I have one question. What's the plate heights of the 2 stories?
We have 3 different plate heights. We have a 9-foot at the lowest level. We have 9-foot at the most of the second floor. And then there is a portion of the second floor that actually has a lower plate, like an 8-foot plate.
Of the second
On
story?
On the upper level, yeah.
The front part has?
Over the garage area, that
Oh.
area has a little bit lower plate.
Okay.
And to that discussion, a civil engineer was engaged. With the requirements that are necessary for our driveway, we always start with how low can we go? That's kind of our motto. And with the civil, we worked out how low can we actually get a garage to meet the requirements that are necessary for a driveway and so forth. And then from there, if you look at the plan, we step down from that level further. We're really trying to get down as much as we can in order to even get enough volume to get 9-foot plates, which we think is reasonable in today's environment and building. A 9-foot plate is pretty reasonable, and that's where we're at. And the roof pitches are low. Everything about what we're doing is just try to stay as low as we can within what we have to work with.
Okay, and you have a rooftop deck. Is there any other rooftop decks in the neighborhood? Is there any other rooftop decks in the neighborhood?
I'm not sure what the neighborhood has, to be honest with you on that, Tom. It's just something that the owners had desired, and we're hoping that if you look at that, how the roof deck design is, from the Monterey side, it's hidden within the roof, and that's conscious effort. So basically, it's really open to the ocean side in order to.
If that roof component, or if the railing component of that deck was removed, the roof could potentially be lower without altering the overall project.
That's interesting.
It's propped up like almost 4 feet in pitch to get up to your rail.
Yeah, you're right. We could probably then lower that pitch, drop a couple feet maybe of roof height. I think the plates are reasonable. We could probably get less roof height, but in order to get more than a couple feet, you'd have to have a big flat roof box, and that wouldn't look good. So yeah, you're right about that. That's something that could be done.
All right, any other questions?
I forgot. I saw somewhere on the plan about a chain link fence. Was that an old chain link fence, or is there one?
Yeah, so as I referenced earlier, for some time that property's been used as a storage kind of
It was
lot.
being removed. No. chain
Yeah,
link
yeah,
fence.
that would go
What's
away.
going around the hot tub?
Ultimately, there's perimeter fencing down on West Street that occurs, but it's kind of low down because it drops.
It's just glass. Is it?
Oh, and the spa's sunken in the back, and it's
It's free.
Yeah, it's
free
free.
to the open air.
It's open. Well, and where the spa is open air.
Okay, so pedestrians coming up the hill, there's no.
Well, if you are on Coast Highway, you have to climb up a slope. There will be a perimeter wall that where the 10-foot easement line is. There's going to be a wall there that will protect you from entering the property.
Thank you.
And that's in the plan there.
All right, with that, I close the public hearing. Who would like to begin?
Okay. Again, I'll go.
Lewis, you begin.
Again, it's another dynamic of property rights and view components. I think, as I stated earlier for other projects, I recognize this isn't a massive structure you're trying to maximize beyond reasonability as your starting point. I think there's a lot of careful consideration in the original design, so I appreciate that. I think the one challenge I have with it is the rooftop deck. The code language discourages it in general for new construction, but it is accessible in there. And primarily I've used it for more non-conforming existing rooftop decks that have been in need of repair, or, some code components like railings to be raised and staircases to be rebuilt. So as far as new construction goes, I've really struggled with it unless there's an existing, kind of condition on the lot. So for new construction, it's a non-starter for me. Secondly, as described, we can take out, 3.5 to 4 feet of roof component to the structure by not having it up there. Getting down to your finished floor of what is your flat roof for the deck. But, if we can reincorporate the rooftop to stay low, as low as possible. You know, there's definitely some feet you can play with to achieve that traditional kind of roof covering. But we can either deliberate that here, but I'm not supportive of the deck, or we can see it come back and let you rework it. As far as the finished floors, you know, they're in grade. It does kind of step down with the flow of the lot. So there was a lot of consideration to keep it low. I did have a question for staff. It's been a long time since we've seen lots that abut Coast Highway. Is there anything that needs to be done for the sidewalks that have been traversed through this space and are futurely planned for South Laguna to continue to expand? I don't think this was part of that last revision, but I know sidewalks are scripted for both sides all the way through.
So I'll take that one.
Thanks, Bill.
The short answer is no, there's nothing that we need to be concerned about as part of tying, you know, any approval to this to public improvements on the Coast Highway side. That's a separate effort that our Public Works Department is going through. So they are taking the lead on that. That in part is part of the rationale for the justifying the variance encroachment is there's a strip of land about 10 feet wide on that Coast Highway side of the property that will be dedicated to the city for technically for roadway purposes, but ultimately for just pedestrian improvements on that side. And then the applicant will take care of making some street improvements, sidewalks, and a parking space on the Monterey side.
Okay, so that's all.
Correct. It should all
It's
work
all.
itself
I
out there.
didn't really want to get into it, but I know enough that there's something going on down there that I just want to make sure it was checked. I can work with the other board members on approval tonight, or if we talk about the roof line, or we can see a continuance. So I'm open to further deliberation.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go next. So I agree with Board Member Weil about the roof decks. That is setting a precedent throughout Laguna that is, in my opinion, unacceptable and not approvable. It makes a completely different environment, and especially on that corner, which is such a central part to that PCH and West Street and the overall neighborhood and the Coast Royale neighborhood. So I think that's as he said, a non-starter. I also think your spa in that far corner near West Street and PCH, right at that corner, is a concern. Your wall, I believe, is only 4 feet, and your spa actually extends above that, either with seating or something. So literally, you're going to be driving down PCH or turning up West Street and seeing people sitting in the corner on a hot tub. And I think that's certainly not the way I think people want to enter into a community. So we got to rework that, and because it feels very active. It almost feels like I don't know. I can't think of how, when I think of driving down PCH, all the people that are going to be turning to look at all this activity on an already very busy corner, it feels like a safety issue as well. I think overall mass and scale is a little extreme. I congratulate you on a son that's going to live there and have 5 bedrooms. That means you're going to have a lot of grandchildren, I suppose, at one point. But it feels large and a lot. So I think to Ms. Anderson, I humbly apologize because I am a view equity person, but this is very difficult when it's an empty lot. These are moments that we hope never happen when we live across the street from them. But in this case, they have every right to build a 2-story. And I do think the mass and scale is a little large. And perhaps as you go back and look at this, you can give Ms. Anderson a little window corridor there that might open something up, but I'm pretty familiar with the area and I'm not sure. Maybe coming off West Street would give her a peekaboo, but that's something I'll rely on your skills. I don't think it's a consideration for Catalina. That's too far away. I think that would, I don't think there's anything you can do to provide, except not build, and that's not going to happen. So don't need to work on that. Have no problem with your variance requirement. I understand why you need it. It's keeping in, with the rest of the neighborhood, similar driveway, same situations. So no problem there. But I really, again, mass and scale, rooftop deck, and the spa activity so close to PCH. I think you need to look at some sort of hedging there or some sort of privacy that provides safety from people on, and a lot of activity in that area to and from West Beach and Table Rock.
Okay, I'm gonna go next. So let me first of all talk about the neighbors and the view equity issue. There's no way we can make a view equity determination if you don't invite us to check your property, and I got none. And it's not fair to the applicant to have us look at photos that were delivered at 8 o'clock to us. I don't know when they were delivered to them, but it's difficult. That being said, I see a potentially substantial view equity issue. I can't decide it because I haven't reviewed it. Second, because of a potential view equity issue, I didn't know about it. I didn't do a thorough review of neighborhood compatibility to see if there were small houses or large houses. I share the concern expressed by MJ that this is a very big house on the corner, which is kind of an entryway into West. I'm not saying that it's too big, but it's a concern. The rooftop deck is an absolute non-starter with me. And I think that given the potential view equity issues and the redesign of that roof and how it's going to look without it and calling on the applicant to lower it, I'm in favor of a continuance. I hadn't thought about the spa, it being a spa right on PCH, Yeah, the glow of the street lights. It's an interesting issue. I need to think about that. But I can't approve the project tonight. I want to do a couple of things on this because of the potential view impacts. And I don't put the fault for that at the applicant's doorstep as much as I do the neighbors. But because of the rooftop issue, the rooftop deck, and the need to lower that, and my feeling there needs to be a continuance, I call on those who really have view equity concerns to let us see it. I will note it's going to impact my decision, the fact that it was a late claim and a lack of notice to us. So it's not going to be like we're going to say no to a second story. I'll just tell you that. But I do want to, in the next round, check out, spend a little bit more time on property, drive check the streets out, see your houses, and get I just don't have enough information to feel comfortable approving the project tonight. So those, let's see if there's any other issues. Oh yeah, I don't have any problem with the variance. It's so clearly called for, given the neighborhood and the location of the driveway and the streets and the setback. Jess.
Oh, she's got one more thing.
I also didn't address articulation. Sorry, I meant to address that on the sides.
Are you looking at my notes?
Oh, did you articulate? She's an articulation. I'm view, she's articulation. I'll let you go.
Okay, so part of the massing and scale is because there's zero articulation. I think you can minimize mass and scale there, or the appearance of, by reducing the top floor, doing little indentations, creating some articulation. You're the designer, architect, I'll leave that up to you. But I feel like that could have room for improvement. As far as the rooftop deck, usually I'm all in favor of rooftop decks. Rooftop decks that are grandfathered in, I make sure to preserve them. But considering the bulk and the massing in this neighborhood, and you're surrounded by single-story homes, aside from the two-story homes next to you, it's a mass and scale issue for me for the rooftop deck. So I concur with my board members that that needs to go. It's a non-starter. As far as pattern of development, there are two-story homes. As far as view consideration, I did take a consideration. I did walk that street and took a consideration from the neighbor who spoke this evening. Whatever goes there, whether it's a single story or two-story, it's going to be a view impact even as a single story. So you have the right to build a two-story. If you could maybe kind of chop it up to give some sort of angle to that neighbor in the back. The other one, catty corner, is a little bit higher up on the hill. So maybe by removing that deck and having some consideration, your plate heights, I'm not going to recommend lowering the plate heights. 9 feet is a modest plate height, in my opinion. But if you could consider the neighbor, the the madam that spoke. Yeah, Miss Anderson. With her house, maybe provide some sort of corridor. Maybe you can do an indentation from West Street. As far as the variance, I concur with board or chair that the variance, it's a constrained lot with 2 front yard setbacks. I concur with the findings for the variance. Deck view consideration. Yeah, and other than that, it meets the other criteria. So,
Yeah, and you know, when you do the design, when you come back, should you choose to do so, it's similar to a project that we, talked about it over in Victoria Beach tonight. Views are important, and if you're at a design stage for a new project, I would encourage you to check out with the neighbors. I know it's late and they're more fault than you, but if there can be, we're going to be looking for view, corridors. They're not going to have all their view maintained because you're entitled, in my opinion, to a second story. But reasonable accommodation of views is going to go a long way to getting this project approved in the next meeting. Emir, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. I've got no issue with the variance. I think it's consistent with the neighbor. I have no issue with the 2-story single-family residence as well. I think we've heard some concern pertaining to the rooftop deck and the spa, and potentially some view aspects to be mitigated if possible. Yeah, I think it's a beautifully designed home. And I definitely think the owners retain the right to develop this 2-story residence. So hopefully we could get something in the next go and, get something moving.
Louis?
Yeah, circling back after hearing the colleagues, yeah, let's just rework the roof to try to maintain it as low as possible. And where other opportunities are for a little bit of nip and tucking, like minoristically, I think is the general comments around the horn. Just the small little things that open up some view and careful consideration would be appreciated.
Yeah, I think you've got, and I concur with what Mr. Board Member Wild just said. See what you can do. Lower that roof as much as you can. Get rid of the rooftop deck. Check out for articulation and whether view corridors can be improved over the block structure that you have. With that,
how quick can we get this back?
How quick do you want to come back? Well, you can.
Let's ask the architect.
Yeah. Oof.
Approximately how much time he would need to make address the comments. Given.
I don't want to do, we got
September's tough.
113 items, no way.
I would do October 9th is the next available. The September meetings are pretty booked. It's loaded already.
October 9th.
What, give them like 2-3 weeks?
That gives them about 2.5 weeks before we need to see the plans back.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's to say of this midden circumstance?
We'll let you work with staff.
Correct, yeah. So Chair, if I may, any necessary required CEQA analysis or additional information.
I didn't speak
we'll
to
take
that.
up, but it's probably, I would, of course, Chair, I defer to you.
Go ahead.
With the continuation, it may be advisable to let that lay. Staff in our office will fully investigate those CEQA concerns, and in your next report, we'll address them. But of course, you are the chair. So
No, I'm going to follow your advice on that one. I think it's sound advice, unlike what I gave as a lawyer, but all right, we're good to go.
Is there some chance that this
No,
just going to delay?
Talk to staff.
October 9th is good.
Stan,
Right.
we got October 9th on the sequence, talk to staff.
And
Okay. All right, let's make a motion, please, Lou.
Chair, I'll move item number 5.7 at project location 31502 Coast Highway to a continuance on October 9th, right?
Second.
October 9th.
I'll second that. Roll call, please.
Board Member Balta,
Yes.
Board Member Cubney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Project has been continued
All
unanimously.
right, we've been going a couple hours. Do you want to take a short break before we?
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break to, well, it's never going to be 7 minutes to 9:20. I need to go. now, so if the people who are done leave the room and the applicant for the next item come up. And could you, if you could please stop talking, we're coming to order. And if there's other people outside, could you ask them to come in? All right, the Design Review Board is back in session. Please no talking in the audience. The next item, and it's the last one, is 5.8, 1550 Bluebird Canyon Drive, Lot A, Design Review 24-2586, Coastal Development Permit 24-2588, Revocable Encroachment Permit 24-2587. Ex parte, please.
I met at the property with Horst Hoffenberger. Oh, it's Horst, I killed it. And also many of the neighbors again.
I had a site visit and spoke with Horst on the phone.
I had a site visit, spoke with Horst at the site visit, and met with numerous neighbors who we had met with before.
All the neighbor contingency. Did have the pleasure of meeting with Horst at the site. Brought my children to the site and got their opinion. So Kellen and Lockie both got to come. They were more interested in their phones, but we had a brief chat.
I met with the same group except for Lewis's children.
All righty, thank you very much. Daniel, you're on.
All right, so item 5.8 is for the project at 1550 Bluebird Canyon Drive. It requires design review, coastal development permit, and an REP. The project site is located on the knoll. It was part of a SB9 lot subdivision. And the project was previously heard on May 8th, and the board continued the project with comments. There were several changes to the project that are summarized in detail in the staff report. And here are side-by-sides. And I wanted to point out one change that wasn't mentioned in the staff report, which is the height change with 3 feet on the east increase, as well as the finished floor elevation increase of 1 foot. And here we have a side-by-side of the previous proposed footprint and the current footprint of the home, as well as the change of the driveway reconfiguration, as well as landscape change. And we can go back if you would like to discuss these. And as part of the project is the revocable encroachment permit, and that area is highlighted in yellow here. And I'll turn it over to our Assistant City Attorney.
Call me Pat.
Pat Donegan.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. I did just want to, by way of brief background, I know we briefly touched on this topic the last time this project was before the board, as well as the project at 1560. So staff did want to address the issue raised as it pertains to state housing laws, particularly SB 450. To be clear, the city acknowledges and agrees that if a project is compliant with SB 450, then it applies. City doesn't think that it's exempt. City doesn't think that, hey, we can just ignore SB 450. And in fact, the processing, analysis, and presentation of this project is consistent with that position. As I'm sure you are all aware, explicit in SB 450 is a Coastal Act savings clause, which says, and I quote, SB 450 does not supersede or in any way alter or lessen the effects or application of the California Coastal Act of 1976. As I'm sure you are all aware, we implement the Coastal Act via our certified LCP. Finally, staff is not aware of any authority in these state housing laws that mandates that this board is prescripted to give away public land in the form of an REP. It's a discretionary approval. You guys are a discretionary body. You are free to analyze the merits of this, weigh the evidence, and apply those standards. Next slide, Mr. Latham. Also instructive is the decision that the City Council made earlier this week. The City Council heard the appeal on 1560 Bluebird. There are a few slight differences in the project, which I can get into. The City Council remanded that item back to this very board, the DRB, to resolve an issue with the revocable encroachment permit. In short, the City Council found that the proposed REP was violative of Municipal Code Section 1150.030, as if it was to be revoked. and then the proposed driveway retaining wall was to be removed, there would be a non-conforming condition or unlawful condition in kind of the form of, and Mr. Rodriguez, I may need some help here, kind of a floating driveway that is kind of unsupported. So hearing no objection from Bill, I'm gonna continue. Should the DRB want to follow that playbook that the city council took on Tuesday night, the REP should really be the foundational decision for you all on the project tonight. If you all as a board can make those findings, you should then proceed to the two other requested entitlements, the CDP and of course design review. If you cannot, from my perspective, from a legal perspective, it is sufficient to end there. Of course, you guys are the city decision maker, not myself. So if you'd want to go into the other entitlements, I cannot stop you. I will simply state that the REP, those findings are sufficient. In its adopted resolution of remand, the city council found, and it's important, that for qualifying SB 450 projects, the design review criteria should be disregarded based on the city council's findings that the CDP permit, coastal development permit findings and criteria adequately protect coastal resources. Once again, that's for the coastal development permit for projects that qualify for SB 450, which means you are in the box. It's all objective. You check all the boxes. There's no issues. And I'm sure Horst and council will get to that later. But so just keep that in mind and hearing the rest of the presentation and of course, their presentation as well. Further, in providing some insight, however, not a formal motion, not formal, anything like that, there was direction as it pertains to the CDP findings for, once again, 41560, to focus on coastal resources, including natural landforms and public views and risk of fire hazards. So for 1560, City Council, I will say, examined and did take a look at this board's CDP findings. There wasn't a formal, disapproval. There wasn't a formal reversal. I will say, though, honestly, there was not unanimous support or there was not a majority of support for this board's original CDP findings on the 1560 project, which I get is different. However, unless this site does have substantive differences in the board's eyes as it pertains to the CDP and the required findings, I am going to advise you to take that city council direction. The city council is the ultimate city decision maker. They ultimately set policy. They ultimately give direction. And with that, I'm done. I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Latham. And of course, I'm available for questions after you.
So I lost internet connectivity, so the rest of my slides aren't there, but essentially it was just staff's recommendation, which is approve the project if sufficient facts to support the project for the entitlements are found. And also want to point out that several comment letters from neighbors in opposition were submitted.
Did you want me to bring up your PowerPoint or are you all set?
It's okay.
Okay.
All right, any questions of staff? Seeing none, applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. I'm Horst Knoppenberger. Horst Architects are the project architects for David Derneas, who owns the property. To my left is Chris Burt. He's David Derneas' legal representative. I want to thank the Design Review Board members for your time. I know this is a project with a lot of community implications, a lot of moving parts, and we've all put a lot of time into it, and we are grateful for your time. We're also grateful for the feedback that the neighbors. We've had several neighborhood meetings, learned a lot about the neighborhood, learned a lot about what the neighbors' objectives were, and I do honestly thank the neighbors for making this a better project with their input. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the project quickly, and then I'm going to go through the changes that we made. So the Kyoto House seeks to harmonize with the abundant nature of this Bluebird Canyon site. A minimalist composition of 2 intersecting pavilions floating above the natural topography, along with the warm tactile materials, which include board form concrete, wood, and steel, integrate the structure into the natural contours and textures of the site. Simplicity and restraint encourage contemplation and introspection. Next slide, please, Daniel. So this exhibit demonstrates the changes that we made. We took out about 750 square feet of enclosed floor area. 250 square feet of that was habitable floor area. The other 500 came from the garage. Removing floor area in the garage also helped to reduce the amount of excavation. The proposed amount of excavation was reduced from 1,900 cubic yards to 1,550 cubic yards. We also reduced the site lot coverage with these changes from 29.92% to 25.8%. We also pulled the house further away from Susan Whiten's house, our adjacent neighbor on the west, and also relocated the jacuzzi to a location on the site where it's less impactful to Susan's property. Next slide, please. So one of the biggest changes that we made is we have come back. I was at the city council, meeting on Tuesday, and I think Patrick did an amazing job, characterizing what happened at that meeting. Chris will speak to that in more detail. But one of the things we did for this, based upon the comments that we got, we were able to take the driveway completely out of the right-of-way. So the right-of-way is the distance from existing street paving to the property line, which on average is about 10 feet. With this redesign, we've moved the driveway further uphill, and in red, we've eliminated a retaining wall that was proposed for the right-of-way. There was a little, in my discussion with a couple of the board members, I believe, board members Gibb and Wild, we did acknowledge that there is a small retaining wall at the base of the driveway on the left-hand side as you ascend the driveway. But should that and that retaining wall is no more than 1.5 feet above existing grade. The driveway slopes up about 1.5 feet. Should that retaining wall be removed, if the city does take over the entire right-of-way for street widening purposes, the driveway will still be in conformance because the driveway currently has a 10% slope. The city's maximum is 14%. We're going to do turf block on that driveway, which is a highly malleable material. So that will allow us to remove the retaining wall in the event of street widening and soften. So we're not putting ourselves into a non-conforming condition. And we can go into that in more detail, but there's just a couple more things to cover. Next slide, please. At the neighbor's request, we did look at the idea of a three-car garage at the street level. And what we found is it actually creates more excavation. A three-car garage at street level conforming to the 5-foot garage setback creates about 650 cubic yards of excavation, whereas the ascending driveway is only 500 cubic yards of excavation. We also feel like this would be an undesirable solution because it's very unsafe backing onto Bluebird Canyon with 14-foot retaining walls on both sides. Next slide, please. Just about finished. And here you can see in pink sort of what that sectional cut would look like. 645 cubic yards of excavation, highly unsafe condition. Next slide, please. We also looked at an alternative driveway configuration. Rather than going up the hill toward the Whiten residence, we would go the other way, starting at the low point on Bluebird Canyon. But by the time we got to the top, we would be 20 feet below existing grade using the city's 14% maximum.
Of course,
I was thinking about something. The red light went off when I was sleeping here, and so I'm glad my other board members woke me up. I was looking at some plans relating to what you were talking about. So we'll come back to you. How many members of the public wish to speak? A lot. We're going to limit to 2 minutes, given the late hour. And please, come up, whoever's the first, and make sure that the person following is standing up behind there so we don't waste any time between speakers. Please state your name before you begin, and 2 minutes each.
Good evening, Mary Figris, 1561 Morningside Drive. We welcome the better and more appropriate design of the house structure, but still have concerns with siding of structures, including decks and spa on top of the knoll ridge. The structures tower on the ridge and are very visible from our home on Morningside, looking into our front patio, entry, and a bedroom. Size and mass are still out of context with neighborhood compatibility. All the reductions are minor considering the location of the structures. regarding setting a precedent. Floor ratio to lot size. Again, an error with statements. Our home is approximately 2,800 square feet and a lot size of 7,740 square feet. This structure would set a precedent for our neighborhood. Regarding driveway, the issue of revocable encroachment permit, retaining walls. Using a crib wall system will not make a difference. Error in statement, again, indicating there are other similarities in the neighborhood. We do have 2 uphill driveways on Morningside, but the topography is very different, and one is a shared driveway. None of the 3 structures sit on a ridgeline. Regarding articulation, this design would be fine if it was terraced into the hillside. Our major concerns are with the revocable encroachment permit, the driveway length and retaining walls, the siting of the major structure, the new site of the spa on top of the knoll, the outside areas, garden, reflecting pool, decks. All the structures on top of the knoll ridge will create a problem for privacy, light, noise, and blocking the view of the sky for our residents on Bluebird and Morningside. Our local policies, land use, open space elements, our municipal code, and local plan still
Your-
apply to
Your
this.
time's up.
Thank you
very
so much.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, William Horner,
Yes.
1565 Bluebird, Chair Gibbs and members of the board. So first, slope alteration and stability. This hillside has history of slope failure right above our home. About 15 years ago, it failed under the roadway, required extensive repairs. It's the area right above our master bedroom. So looking at the LCP and the municipal code 2507012, project must not result in undue risk from geological or erosional forces. We're not trying to completely derail things. We just want reasonable guarantees for kind of downslope protections. Curious whether they're willing to indemnify the city to protect the city and neighbors. Second, privacy. Brought this up with the applicant team on the first time around, as well as the second time around. I think a few members saw this as well. The south-southwest facing dining room wall includes an unshielded glass section. On the elevation is the leftmost portion. That looks down into our bedroom and living room windows. Simply replacing that small section with a solid wall would preserve our privacy while allowing ample light through the remaining large section of shielded glazing. This is more a courtesy, just curious about pump placement for the reflecting pool and clarity on whether any fountains or waterfall features are planned that could generate kind of ongoing noise. And then fourth, just on the CDP findings, obviously with the coastal protection kind of carve outs in SB 9 and SB 450, we were disappointed that council did not hold an official hearing on those. It was effectively a de facto one. Applicant team was able to ample time to address it. The public was not. It seems like those findings are now being applied to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Eileen Slor. I'm at 1545 Bluebird Canyon Drive. My concern is the cantilevered dining room, the 400 or 360 square foot dining room that comes out with the glazing. It looks into my galley going into my bedroom, right into my house. And it's really bothersome that it can't be pulled back or made a little bit smaller, or maybe the glazing not be so pronounced. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Peter Groman. I live across the street from the project at 1573 Bluebird Canyon. In the previous design review meeting, the applicant was told reduce the mass height and square footage and terrace it into the hill and up the hill. The result, the applicant refuses to consider a street-side garage. He demands a driveway up the hill to be on top of the hill. The square footage was only slightly reduced by 250 square feet, and the height increased by 3 feet. The result is basically the same design, incompatible with the neighborhood, and the export of 1,550 square yard, which is about 200 truckloads, are a heavy toll on the fragile cut and fill road. The home would be a beacon of light on top of the knoll and higher than anything else. The project needs a revocable encroachment permit. The intent of the permit is to allow minor classes of construction. This is not minor. And it's a massive permanent structure, and the revocable encroachment permit should be denied.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Harpal Sadal, Chair Gibbs, and the members of the board. So I'll be brief. We want to stick with the most objective comments and sort of look at this project for Lot A. The REP, we're being told that the improvements that are going into the right of way are, sort of that they don't violate the REP, but we think, and if you look at some of those pages there, for example, the highlighted areas and the slope of the wall in the public right of way, it looks to us as if it is retaining the driveway, which I don't know how you would remove it, but that's something that, should be pointed out. And then second is the CDP findings. We think objectively that, land use policy 2.1 regarding the compatibility with the surrounding residences is being violated. If you look at the photo slides on the following, what we've done is we've taken a list of 15 comparable properties that were submitted by Mr. Derneas himself and showing you the street level view of what that looks like. And so objectively, I think anybody could say, which one of these things is not like the other. And Lot A does not look compatible with the photos provided. And then also land use policy 2.8 regarding siting of the home and integration. So basically we want the house to integrate, not dominate. And, you could do it through some more terracing, which you've already talked about. The last point I'll make is, we do appreciate that there was a garage, a grade level garage study provided, but we don't think it's really as rigorous as it could be. For example, if you push a little bit harder, the home siting was not at all modified or changed to try and accommodate the garage. It was just sort of walls were put up at the grade level to say why your views would be obstructed. You could step the walls to avoid the view impairment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey guys, Joe Cover, 1536 Morningside. Not even quite sure exactly what's in play here. I'm still confused about this whole thing. So I guess all I'm asking you guys is, I think subjectively, the majority of you know that this is bad for our neighborhood. Simple as that. You guys have looked at this project before, you've given feedback. None of that's really changed. So we're really asking you guys to objectively help to identify things that you can put into play, that you can consider through whatever rules and regulations there are out there to help us to get something that we can agree on with these guys, get something that is palatable for everybody. For us, we have a approved project. We're 513 feet in the air. Our max grade is 513 feet on the land, our natural grade. These guys are at like 502 max natural grade. Their project goes up to 515 feet. It goes higher than our project, which is up the hillside from it. So that's pretty objective to me, right? Harpal gave you guys that list of homes, and that kind of helps you to see that objectivity. The mass of the glazing, same thing. It's going to have glazing much more than any other home in that area. That's objective. It objectively has a lot more. I don't know if that's an objective thing in what you guys can actually consider, but I guess what I'm asking you again is to just understand that subjectively we all feel like this is bad. We know that you can't consider that, but help us out. Try to be objective in your own minds as you're considering this project and see what you can do to give advice to make this palatable for them and palatable for us. Thanks.
Thank you. Susan?
Good evening. Susan Whiten, 1540 Bluebird. I have 3 comments. One, the staff report is incomplete. It omits critical facts and doesn't reflect what's in the submittal drawings. The finished floor of the building has been raised by 1 foot. The eastern edge of the roof height has increased by 3 feet, and the building is now overall 2 feet higher from the street level, now 52 feet versus 50 previously. Regarding the REP, the exhibits that you have are a snapshot of the C1 engineering plan, which shows that the retaining wall in the right-of-way is 4.5 feet high at the property line, sloping down to approximately a foot, and that the gradient on the driveway is 19% down to 10% in that road right-of-way. It's not approvable. Privacy. There's no discussion in the staff report about privacy comparing the revised to the original building elevations. The building is still objectively a glass box. Second comment, DRB must make findings for the REP and the CDP to approve the project. This project does not conform with Laguna's certified LCP and the objective standards in the land use element, including policy 2.1, quote, minimize the scale and bulk of new construction and require development to be compatible with surrounding residences. Policy 2.8, require building design and siting to be compatible and integrated with natural topographic features. The two Morningside projects have done this with garages slightly above the street and roofs at a couple of feet higher than the ridgeline. Privacy. There is no privacy. In my house, there's 100%, 75% glass on Morningside and on Bluebird. In conclusion, this is the second submittal and it still fails to meet objective requirements for approval and ignores repeated DRB and public input. I respectfully request that DRB require revisions and a third hearing, or you deny the project.
Thank you. All right. Oh, one more. Come on up.
Good
Maybe two
evening,
more.
Chair and members of the Design Review Board and city staff. My name is Pamela Adams, a reasonable person, and I live on Morningside Drive. I remain opposed to the applicant's minor revisions to the project at 1550 Bluebird Canyon Road Drive for these reasons. The project remains sitting on the ridge line of the knoll instead of being nestled into the terrain. The small square footage of reduction is minimal, as are the reductions to the decks and garage. It nonetheless exceeds neighborhood compatibility in its mass and scale for such a small divided lot. 3, the applicant's monolithic design is in direct contrast to the eclectic, rustic, wood-like homes in the existing neighborhood of Bluebird. The glazing remains extensive throughout the exterior, wood slat screening or not, including the glass windbreaks for the rooftop deck and stairs. The light-colored trowel stucco adds additional glare and light intrusion to the neighbors. 5, the placement of the spa at the top of the knoll butts up to the neighboring properties, creating privacy and noise intrusions to the neighbors and across the canyons. I suggest nestling it down to be incorporated closer to the living space, maybe in the atrium area. 6, and staff has suggested a traffic plan for Bluebird Canyon's proposed projects, moving through Morningside Drive to its lower end and then execute a hairpin turn onto Bluebird Canyon Drive. This is not safe. A more appropriate staging plan must be addressed before any approval. Please deny this project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, I'm Marcia Starworth for the Romitas, who own the knoll up on top. I want to congratulate Horst on his award for the design. I understand that he won an award for the design of this property. This home does not have any impact on the Romitas property, and they are very supportive of it. I hope that everybody can come together and in the neighborhood, and we can all get along and come up with some really good solutions for everybody and make this whole process, I know it's difficult, a lot easier for everybody, but the Romitas are in support of this project.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? All right, Horst, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, board members. My name is Chris Burt with Cox Castle Nicholson. I just wanted to discuss a few items here. One with respect to the REP. So as represented earlier, there are retaining walls in the right-of-way. The majority of those are related to providing the proposed on-street parking space. The retaining wall related to the driveway, if and when the city requires use of that right-of-way and revokes the revocable encroachment permit, there would be no nonconformity created. In fact, if the city didn't require the on-street parking space right now, no retaining would need to be constructed in the right-of-way. And as an aside, I understand that the on-street parking space is a requirement, but that it can be waived at the discretion of the design review board. So I question whether or not that's an actual objective standard at the outset. Second, as represented, this project is an SB 450 project, which means it has state law housing protections. The project is consistent with all objective standards. So as represented earlier by the city attorney, the city council has provided direction that with respect to such projects, the design review findings are inapplicable. And finally, with respect to the LCP, the city council was very clear. In circumstances like this, where SB 450 applies, the question is not one of unfettered discretion and subjectivity of neighborhood compatibility. The question is whether or not the project implicates coastal resources that are on site or could be affected by the project. In fact, the city council discussed that issue on Tuesday and ultimately concluded with respect to the neighboring site that there were no coastal resources, there were no view impacts and things like that. So I just wanted to reiterate kind of the discretion that this board has with respect to this project under the confines of state law. And then wanted to emphasize again the REP question. There would be no nonconformity created if the city came and asked for those encroachments to be removed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, questions. I got some questions. Can you pull up C1, please, Dana? This is the, I believe it's the site plan, grading and drainage plan. First, I'm going to be directing my questions to you. If you could look at this, it's also kind of on this corner.
Yeah, I have looked at it.
Let me ask the questions.
Please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, it shows here the property line. I'm referring specifically to the retaining wall that's on one side of the driveway.
Yes,
Okay, you know which one I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay, good. Now, it shows the property line of the applicant, and then, which is a dashed line, and below that is the right-of-way. Then it shows the current street. So is this what the application, you showed us something else. Is this what the proposal is currently?
Yeah. So let's take a.
Okay, let me ask you, just follow me, and then I'll let you talk, okay?
I thought
But
you
you
were
got to
finished.
answer my questions. I just want to understand, I'm focusing in on something, and then it's not that I'm cutting you off. All right, so what is the grade, or what is the elevation at where the current street meets the, at the street line where it meets where the proposed retaining walls to begin?
Yes, so the elevation on sheet C1, which is the precise grading plan, the top of curb elevation, which is the edge of street, is 466.7.
466?
Yeah, the height of this retaining wall that has come into question.
I'm not asking you that, but just go
Well,
with
let
me.
me finish, Tom.
No, let me ask questions and then I'll let you talk, okay? I'm trying to figure out exactly the height between the street and the height of the retaining wall where it meets the property.
It's exactly the information I was about to
Okay.
give you.
Well, I just want to work through it so I understand.
The elevation of that proposed
Hold on a
small
second.
retaining wall.
Let me get the starting point first. The starting point is at the curb level, it's 466.7.
Correct.
And at the street level, there's no curb there now, right? At the street level, it's 465.72. Is that right?
That's also a top of curb elevation. The 465.72 is a top of curb elevation.
There's no curb there, so what are you referring to?
I'm not referring, this is a plan from the civil engineer. We didn't produce this.
Okay, so that's the top of curb. So let's kind of, we're not sure if the street's below that.
Yeah, so
Okay, and then what's the elevation where the retaining wall meets the property line?
Okay, so that elevation is clear. That's 469.5 top of wall elevation.
Okay.
So the difference between 469.5 and 466.
Or
Sorry,
465.72.
469.5 and 466.7 is 2.8. So that's 2 foot
2.8?
Yeah, 2.8
And
is,
why aren't you using the 465.75?
well, I'm using the 466.7 because that's the top
The
of curb
one at the
elevation at the
street,
beginning of the wall.
At the street where the street is now, it's 465.72, right? That's the way I read it. Am I reading it wrong?
Yeah, but that's much further, that's a couple feet further, to the east of where this wall's starting.
Okay.
I mean, the 466.7 is an elevation that's given right at the beginning of the retaining wall that's in question. The height of the retaining wall as it hits the property line is 469.5. The difference is 2.8 feet, not the 4.6 feet that the neighbors represented.
Okay, and it might be as much.
And can I maybe just continue? Because
No, because I'm going to ask a question now. I'm really trying to get one thing, and I may go to staff if you don't want to do it.
Well,
So-
I think the bigger question,
Okay,
Tom,
Let me go to staff. Bill, maybe you can answer this looking at this. So the elevation from the street, can you tell what the elevation from the current street is?
I think so. And
Tell me,
if
to the
applicant
retaining wall.
disagrees, certainly chime in, but let me walk you through the plans and show you what I see.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Put C1 on the board.
if you give me a second, let me try and.
There it is. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the idea from the street elevation to the retaining wall where it meets the property line.
Okay, so I can see my cursor on the screen. I hope everybody else can see that as well. First off, let's just, I guess, maybe get our bearings straight. So where my cursor is following the radius here, that is the proposed retaining wall on one side of the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Did that, yes. This gray area, shaded gray area between the retaining wall is the REP area, if you will. It's kind of a.
the shaded area is the proposed street widening.
Correct, because the existing pavement starts or stops kind of in this general
Correct.
area here, correct? So there's a gap between the edge of pavement and then where the retaining wall would start and then up to the property line.
Yes.
So what I'm seeing on this plan, if I were to scroll down a little bit, you can see the reference to Bluebird Canyon Drive.
Okay.
And the long dash followed by the two short dashes would represent the center line of the street.
I see. And then
And if you look below around that area, if I come over just a little bit, I apologize. I don't know why this yellow box keeps popping up. But
oops.
and there goes my internet.
Darn. I think we can answer this. So
But
let me
with
try.
that said-
What I want to go, the bottom line is,
No, and I understood real quick. If I can just say the center line of the street, if I recall, was about a 466.72 elevation. As you then move towards the property,
It's 2 feet.
elevation at the edge of pavement went down a little bit because typically there's a slight crown on the streets. I think that was somewhere in the range of 465 point something.
465.75, probably.
And then as you approach the edge of the REP or the street widening portion where it starts to butt the slope, that rose up to be about 465.72 or 465.9.
Okay.
And then that's where you hit sort of the beginning of the retaining wall. And then that starts its curvature up onto the property where it tops out, at least at the property line, at 469 point something, 469.5.
I've got 469.5.
Resulting in maybe a 3 to 3.5.
So
foot
the
grade
rise of the driveway from the beginning of the street as widened will be somewhere between 2.8 and 4 feet. Is that fair?
somewhere in the 3.2 to 3.5 range, but yes. in that
Okay,
range, I think.
3.2 to 3.5. So if the street gets widened, the city decides to widen the street all the way up to the property line, there would be, and so it would be at grade. There would be a grade break right along the property line of somewhere between 3.2 and 3.5 feet.
I think that's right. If you set out the property line of 469.5 elevation.
Right.
And then you bring the street roughly in that 466 elevation straight up to it, there ends up being a grade break. a vertical
Okay,
break
and do
between
you?
those two.
So can I address that?
Let me ask you a question, then you can respond, the way you want. Don't go too long. Do you agree with the grade break? In other words, do you agree
Yes.
that if the city widens the street and takes out the retaining wall all the way up to the property line, there's going to be a grade break of some 3 feet?
Yes, which is remedied because as I mentioned in my presentation, the current proposed driveway slope is 10%. The city's maximum driveway slope on average is 14%. So we've done the calculation that if the city were to take over the entire right-of-way and that 3-foot, grade break that you're referring to, the driveway is going to be turf block. We will start the new driveway at the property line, and it would subtly change the slope. It'll be well under 14%.
Okay, so you would have to regrade it and
driveway.
you'd have to do something.
Correct.
So,
And it's built into the plans.
okay. When you say built into the plans, where are they built in?
It's built into the plans because the driveway is currently proposing a 10% slope. The city maximum is 14%.
Okay.
I honestly didn't think we would be arguing a 2-foot retaining wall tonight, but I mean, it's highly possible. It's more than possible. It's probable.
Okay. So I see a 19% grade for some 14 feet on the plans. That's not, what's that about?
No, excuse me. It's the city's maximum of 14% is based upon the overall slope. The first 20 feet of the driveway has a maximum 10% slope, but we have to have soft transitions. So in the first 20 feet of the driveway, we're not sloping 14%. We're sloping 5%. We're sloping 10%. We're slowly, it's the overall slope of the driveway, Tom, top to bottom, and we're at 10% average.
Okay, so what I'm seeing is 10% for 3 feet, 19% for 4 feet, right?
Yeah, all those numbers are correct, but it's the overall average of the driveway slope, including the area at the top opposite the garage. All that has to be, when the city looks at this, they take the entire slope and they average it out, and it can't be more than 14%. And my answer to you, sincerely, is we're at 10%. So if we have to, slightly change the slope of that driveway, it's 100% that we can do it.
No, I know you can do it. Or I don't know that, but I heard that you're saying you can do it. But with a grade break of some 3 feet, that alone, that condition, is it your feeling that that's compliant with the conditions and required under the code?
Yes, because I was Chris can speak to that.
I think this is an interesting discussion. We're talking about, and it's good you brought it up. I note that the same condition that we're talking about would be applicable at every other property, including the one directly to the west, where you would extend the road, right? There's a current driveway that's based upon the grade of the existing road and its level. And if you extend the road inward, right, likewise, you have a distinction between the then height of the roadway and where it now cuts into that driveway. So you'll have a circumstance where lots of other properties are likewise going to have to engage in this slight regrading so that they can make up for the distinction that you're talking about, that height disparity. So this project is ultimately not going to be any different in the future than others that are similarly situated.
But you're discussing comments on houses that may have been developed under different standards at different times in different eras, and you're using those older examples as reasons to meet today's standards. They don't meet, they may have met them back then, but they're not part of an application in front of us to meet today's standards. Your application is.
Okay, so it sounds like the city is comfortable treating this property significantly different than other properties that exist in the immediate vicinity.
Absolutely not. It's just, does it meet today's standards?
I think that we're beyond questioning and into debating. Any other questions?
I'm just not hearing that it does.
No, I'm not. We'll
There's
talk
no
about that.
standard
We'll
that
talk.
applies because that condition doesn't exist.
We'll talk about that in deliberations. Any other questions? Hearing none, I close the public hearing and let me begin. First of all, so it's very clear, I've listened to the city council meeting on 1560, and I listened to it in some detail. I don't know if it's 100% clear in my mind, but a couple things are clear. So let me deal with the REP. The one thing that was very clear is that the city council fully requires and is expecting us to apply the rules relating to revocable encroachment permits. And they specifically focused on the provision of 11.50.030, which provides this category of project is intended for small-scale structures, such as low fences, retaining walls, walkways, stairs, and other minor features typically associated with landscaping, including stepping stones, paths, planter areas, and irrigation systems. This type of permit is not appropriate for any structure or improvement that would result in code violations or other non-compliant conditions if removal is ever required by the city. And I remember that there was a debate between Mr. Byrd and, as I recall, Bob Whalen, although it might have been Mayor Rogani, where you were making the argument, well, if you change things, if the city is widened, and they kept coming back, no, it's as planned. And that's how we're supposed to be dealing with this, to look at the proposal and to say, and to examine whether there is any either violations or non-compliant conditions if removal is ever required by the city. And I think unquestionably there is. There's going to be, if the road is extended, and you saw all the reasons in the resolution, it hasn't come out yet, but they went through it at the council about it, the need to widen this road, that we need to take very seriously evaluating the widening of the road, that there would be a gradient break of between 3.2 and 3.5 feet. Maybe it's 2.8, maybe it's 4, but it's significant. That is a condition that is clearly non-compliant. Something would need to be done. Now, I don't know why that's actually not the right question. I think given that, I don't see how, given the direction of city council, that we could ever make the finding required for a revocable encroachment permit, given that the removal of that retaining wall and stretching the road to the property line would create a clearly non-compliant condition. Now, I appreciate council's argument that, well, there's others in the neighborhood. We don't have that. We don't know what the conditions were, whether there was revocable encroachment permits or not. The point is that the clear direction from council was that we are to look at the condition once if the road is widened to the property line. So I can't make that finding. I also note that this is not a small structure. We generally don't approve retaining walls for long driveways. But that's just an add-on. The primary problem is the noncompliance. Now, with respect to, and this goes to all the neighbors that express a lot of concerns to the design review guidelines, I think the council was very clear that we're not to consider design review guidelines in connection with the 1560 Bluebird Canyon Drive project, and that was the direction of the city council. I think as far as this project goes, I don't see a significant or material difference that would entitle us to consider design review guidelines. It's essentially in a similar condition of being an SB9 lot split with all the other related provisions. There is no ADU with this project, but I think that council was, at least appeared to me, although there was some confusion whether they were moved by the ADU to make a lot of their statements. But I think for now, as far as I'm concerned, because of the SB 9 and SB 450 component, we are not to consider design review guidelines, and that means privacy and light and air. I won't. It's not my place to say my view of that, but that's where we are. With respect to the coastal development permit, the way I read what the council directed was that the coastal development permit, we still must make the findings. The court or the council analyzed that in the context, basically they said this is my understanding, in the context of SB 450 projects, the analysis should be geared toward coastal resources, including natural landforms and public views and risk of fire hazard. I'm not sure what coastal resources mean. It seems to me to be pretty broad. The council did not define it. I also note that the SB 9, SB 450, and the ADU law all has the carve out for the Coastal Act, including our LCP and our land use elements. And that certainly would include the coastal development permit. So let me go through two findings. Notwithstanding, I'm not sure the other board members are going to stop with the REP, so I'm going to make my views known on the CDP as well. Finding 1, the project is in conformity with the applicable provisions of the Certified Local Coastal Program, including the following review criteria, which, by the way, are in our local coastal plan as I understand it. Criteria 5, the proposed development will minimize the alterations of natural landforms and will not result in undue risks from geological and erosional forces and/or floods and fire hazards. This project definitely deals with natural landforms. Not only the long driveway that goes up the slope, but and more importantly, the lack of terracing of this project, it all being on top of the ridge, impacts the natural land flow. So I don't think I personally can make the finding required by finding 1 criteria 5. With respect to criteria 6, which, as we all know, deals with the visual compatibility with the character of surrounding areas, as presently designed, I could not make that finding. I think that is difficult. I mean, it's really questionable whether the council's directed us not to apply criteria 6. I think it's ambiguous. I think it does potentially deal with natural landforms and coastal resources. Coastal resources being the natural, or not only the natural beauty, but also the physical resources potentially. So with that being said, I'm less sure about criteria 6, but I don't think I could, in the context of this case, and given my understanding of the CDP law and the carve-outs of SB 9 and SB 450, can find it, because it is so out of character for the neighborhood in this whole area, it being large, it containing significant glazing, including that invades the privacy of neighbors, and particularly Susan Witten. I don't know of a single house in that area that it's visually compatible with, and for that reason, I would have a tough time finding criteria 6. So those are my comments. To summarize, I don't think the EDP or the REP, we can make the required finding because of the grade break. And with respect to at least criteria 5, I think the city council's directed us and enabled us to make that analysis. I could not make that finding, nor finding 6. Excuse me, criteria 6. With that said, who wants to go next?
I'll give it a go. So I'm sure Chair Gibbs gave a great summary of the items that we're supposed to focus on tonight. And the basis is for objective enforcement. So I'll go through my list and then I'll circle back to the REP. The objective standard that the LCP states speaks to visual resource protection, which includes line of sight and public viewpoints. Objectively, I can say this project complies with those. I can go continue on natural landform alterations. And it speaks to natural landform alterations. So the understanding is there that there are going to be alterations for a project on private land, which this is. The cut and fill volumes are maintained. And as the project architect presented here today, he presented an option with at-grade parking, which would actually increase the natural landform alteration. So I think, pertaining to this specific site, the cut fill volumes are approached in a considerate manner. Furthermore, the third item was the fire hazard avoidance, and there's the access standards are going to be reviewed by the fire department. Again, objectively, I think those findings could be made. I think the road widths and lengths meet the code requirements that we can review. And objectively, I think, again, this site meets those requirements. The fourth one is ridgeline protection. I don't believe this is on a ridgeline, even though there's been multiple communications toward that. If there were specific findings, I'd be willing to hear it. I think the way the site is laid out, I think there's consideration to the private landforms that are there. So I do believe the finding could be made that the ridgeline is being, protected. The last one is public view corridors, and I just don't think this is public view corridor. This is a private lot, and again, I think there's, I've got immense support for this. I think it's got the empty lot syndrome that we speak about on other sites, and objectively, we have to consider these standards based on the code that's being presented to us by the state. So for that standpoint, I can approve this project. Now I'll get into the REP, and the way the code reads, the way I read the code for an REP, they do enable retaining walls. And I believe this is a minor retaining wall. I don't think this is a major, when you consider the magnitude of a brand new Horst architect project. I think to get lost on a couple linear feet of retaining wall and not allow for the REP would be a disservice to the amount of effort that the applicant and the design team put together to get this thing to where it is today. I'd really love the board's support on this. I think between those items and the REP, I think we should support that, with the understanding that we cannot comment on the DRB's typical subjective items, and we have to continue along with this project. So that's where I'm at with it.
Let's go next.
I can follow that up. So we can't talk about privacy, because really that's my only issue.
So, go ahead.
You answer.
And so, Madam Vice Chair, I would say that you are limited to the criteria in the coastal development permit. If, I'm not a city decision maker, I can obviously, I won't read them to you. In seeing those, I don't see a ton of language regarding privacy. I do see, about visual character of the surrounding area, visually compatible with the character of the surrounding areas, but unfortunately privacy is not explicitly called out. So I would advise this board not to rely on privacy as it pertains to reviewing this project.
Okay, then I'll keep it simple. I'll echo what board member Balta said. And going back to, just to add a few things, the retaining wall down at the bottom. We've waived the parking requirements on other lots. So if the other board members would favor that, I would be in favor of that as well. But as to Mr. Balta's comment that it's such a minor retaining wall and such a little sector, and the way that you described that it wouldn't be an impact, shall that road be widened in the future? It made sense to me. I understand what you're talking about with grading 14% from 10%. So I'm good with what's proposed, and I would also be good with waiving the parking requirement. I'm also good with the findings laid out in the staff report for the coastal development permit. And then pertaining to that, or pertaining to number 6, the Morningside that was approved had a 22-foot retaining wall. And so I can't let that go. And so I can make the findings for the coastal development permit. That number 6, let me see. So the DRB recently approved 2 new homes on adjacent vacant lots, building sites that take access from the Morningside Drive. The one Morningside, I forget which one it was, the one where the appeal was denied, 1536 Morningside, that had a giant retaining wall. So to fuss over a 3-foot, 2.5-foot retaining wall, even if it's a 4-foot retaining wall, it's kind of a moot point. Those are my comments. I've not.
Who wants to go next? MJ?
Go. Oh, this is what makes design review a lot of fun. Where to begin? I echo the comments of Chair Gibbs. There's a lot of complications with the site, and I do find his findings in the REP to be adequate. To elaborate on the REP, I think the board has the general direction or the authority to approve the right components in the right of way. And I think as I talked in the last hearing, access was one of the bigger challenges, and access for the right of way is still a challenge. And I use language in terms of the REP for defining the road width within the nearby vicinity. And what I meant by that, and to elaborate further, is the development standards as you come up Morningside through Bluebird Canyon from Morningside to Bluebird Canyon, the curb is 24 feet at a minimum. I measured it in a couple different spots. It was like 26 feet in different spots, but right where the curb to curb ends is 24 feet. All right, that curb ends at what are the start of these 3 vacant lots that wrap around Bluebird Canyon. So that is the new development pattern that we need to establish based off of the nearby vicinity. So I need the travel width to be 24 feet. And as explained in the prior staff report, there needs to be the curb that also matches that on your side, which seemed to be an agreement at one point that the curb was going to be installed or some fashion of that. Now I get it can break into the retaining walls and those components, but as the REP goes in front of this application, what I'm looking for is the right of passage, the safety for the fire equipment, safety for the general bigger trucks, trash trucks, Amazon delivery trucks, the general flow for the neighborhood needs a clear space. And so that's how I'm making my determination, is by the nearby pattern of development. Now, as it pertains to your pull-up, I mean, in the right-of-way as drawn shows a 19% grade on the plans, right as the driveway access is. For me, I think that area all the way up to the property line needs to be relatively flat or meet the requirements of street, of what level grade of the street needs to be. And then you start your incline. By your red line example, I don't see that clarification enough to make that determination here tonight, where I do normally accept red line determinations. There's just a point of, of unclarity that isn't being clarified. So, and then for the other components in the REP, the retaining walls, I'm fully accepting that retaining walls need to be there. The parking spot needs to be there. There's no reason for a lot this size with this much frontage and the usable right-of-way space that cannot be accommodated for that to be omitted from the plans. But as on the right side of the driveway, you have some stem walls that are coming out for no real good reason other than just blockage of the right-of-way, right? You're going to hold up this development and the next one that's right in front of there. I don't know what you're doing with that, because in your red lines, you didn't even include that. As for the parking space, retaining wall that's jutting out, I'd like to see that pulled back further to catch up to the driveway retaining wall, if that driveway is to be, the applicant's only availability for accessing his property, which, that's a second conversation, which I'll touch on. But I'd like to see that wall leave as much availability in the right of way and come back over to where the fire hydrant is. And then it can kind of catch up just like it would a neighboring property as a stem wall. But we're going to try to use the space to make the access for that parking space as accessible as possible and make the right of way width as available for the fire safety and public safety components. That's what's not meeting the objective for me. As far as the land use elements that, are within the CDP findings, I agree with, some of the commentary on policy 2.1 and policy 2.8, right? Let me just minimize scale, bulk, new construction and renovation required for development. I'm challenged with it because as the public brought forward, the height of this exceeds the top of the topography on the site significantly. Now, the board has heard two other projects that are on the other side of this hill. This board has approved both of them, right? Let that sink in. We've approved both of them. This board is not trying to deter this applicant from gaining a reasonable development on the site. Right? Where I find inconsistency and lack of good faith is that from hearing 1 to hearing 2, we've discussed bulk and mass significantly, but our bulk and mass got higher. Our floor heights got higher in drawings. I don't know how that happened. And generally, as we do projects in general, when applicants go the wrong way, they get denied. Right? They go the right way because they're trying to do the right thing for the community. All right. I want to see that happen. I'm still giving that availability to this applicant because the right thing can happen. All right. As I, did an analysis on the 4 lots that we've seen of recent, right? Mr. Cover spoke of his at 5, his top of the topography on his lot was 513. The top of his roof's at 513. The one next door at Ed Riahi's house, top of his lot was 520. Top of his development for bulk and mass was 521. So he's within a foot. And yes, he compromised in this process, right? We asked him to bring down 8 feet of his initial development, and he did it. And he got an approval from this board, right? Where I'm looking at your lot for here, we're at highest point on the lot is 502, yet we're standing up 13 higher feet. It was 11, it was 9. Now we're 11 feet higher, or 12. I don't know. Sorry, I'm getting long in the words. But that's what's driving the mass. So when I go back into our LCP and we're looking at our hillside guidelines, Horst, you described the project as 2 floating masses. You opened up with it. They're 2 floating, I wrote it down. They're 2 floating pavilions above the topography, is what you meant. And when I go to hillside guidelines, it's pretty clear. Floating above is no. Built into the hillside grading, balanced terrace is a yes. I can't get any more objective than that. No on floating, yes on built into the hillside. And that's what got the approvals done for the other 2, is because they carved in. That was guideline 5. Guideline 2 is this, where we're standing down at the street looking up at a massive bulk and structure. We're talking 52 feet. Now, we will make exceptions, and we have, and we do. But this is a very clear no. Whereas kind of terraced and built in is a yes. Same thing. Building stuck up in the air, floating as described by the architect of the project. No. I don't know how to get any more objective than that when it comes to defining quantitative things that relate to our LCP or our land use elements and define the coastal development permit. So for those reasons, I can't support it. I'd want to support a project here. There is a buildable site on this project, but I need more compromise to get us there. And the topography needs to be balanced in nature. I also take an issue with the staircases. The staircases are windy and extensive, and the one on the right side is over 100 feet long that really disrupts the natural topography of the flow of the site. Now, I'd like to see that be more, give it some more shape, be it tucked into the house so that landscaping can be provided more in the side yard setback to provide that relief and meet that natural topography look and feel as described by the CDP. I mean, there's other things I wish we could just work on and work together, but the good faith components are going the wrong way. And for me, that's what I've got to hold on to.
Before I turn over to MJ, I think that
I'll be finished. I'm gonna wrap it up with me. Do I give my comments or no?
Yeah, I just want to amplify one thing he said, and then the floor is
You
yours.
wanna have them?
Yeah, the simply put, I think to meet the requirements for the REP is that the driveway begin at the property line where the potential street grading may extend to. I think that is what's necessary to comply with the code and with the direction given by City Council. MJ,
That's good. I was gonna say that.
I read your
I
mind.
did. I had it all worked out. You see why I let Louis go before me. Thank you, Louis. You took the words right out of my mouth. I concur with my colleagues, Board Member Weil and Chair Gibbs, especially with CDP number 5 and number 6. I think that the mass and scale, we requested that be looked at and reconfigured in some way to help that not appear so out of character for the neighborhood. Cantilever dining rooms over the street are not in keeping with the neighborhood. So that's number 6 and number 5. And then as far as the public parking space, I disagree with Chair with Ms. Gannon here regarding no space. It's essential to have one in this, especially at a lot that large and in an area that is so tight and encumbered with limited parking, it would be unacceptable. So to not be redundant, I concur, and that's my comments.
Okay, so the question is, do we do a continuance or a denial? So let me first, before we address whether the grounds for a third hearing are present, do you want a continuance? Oh, I'm not saying you're not going to get one, but no, on the Horst, on the,
Correct, yeah.
listen to me.
If you guys want a continuance, at least-
We want to continue.
Okay, that's all I'm asking, because I don't want to debate it if you don't want a continuance. All right, I think, yeah, that the last time on the other project.
Chair, I think.
Okay, we're good. All right, I think that there's adequate grounds for a continuance in this case. I think there were good faith steps toward improving the plans, but I think even more importantly than the good faith and the requirement or in the entitlement to a third, we had a major hearing on Tuesday that gave direction. It's unclear fully in my mind what the nature and extent of the direction is, but I think it's important that, and this is, a request to, to the applicant and to David Dernace, who's not here. It gives an opportunity to maybe make a better project. I think you can design potentially, with the grade, and I'm taking you at your word, Horst, that the grade's not going to be a problem if you start the driveway at the street level or at the property line. But I think you can design that into the project. Secondly, I feel strongly the criteria 5 still applies. I feel less strongly on 6, although I haven't ruled it out. But I think you can do a lot toward dealing with I think the well-stated objections that were raised by Board Member Weil. So with that, how long continuance? Let's see, do you want the next date or do you want, what do you want?
Are we allowed to make comments real quick?
Oh, sure, absolutely. I don't mean to
We'd
cut
like
anybody
the
off.
next date.
Of course, if you do decide to come back, which it sounds like you do, can you please mitigate the privacy towards Miss Witten's?
Yes.
With-
I am
with
terribly
planting?
troubled.
I did forget to mention that we did reduce the glazing by 20%. And in other areas, we put,
Right, but I'm
perforated
talking
screen.
about plants. I'm talking about landscaping.
You can look
Okay.
right into her
Sure, of
backyard
course we
through
can.
all these windows, so.
Yeah. And
That's a
Tom,
request, it's not a
correct,
requirement. That is
Tom, to your point, it's very easy
It is
to
a
come back with a
request, yeah.
revised driveway plan, that reflects.
I'm
no
just telling
driveway
you,
put
that
up
was
in
the
right of
problem.
way. I didn't anticipate that was going to be an issue because it just seems so.
And so
minor.
Chair, I believe Bill may have.
Yeah, let's
some
get
date.
to the date. All right. go
All right,
ahead.
so your date options, looking at my calendar, is going to be October 9th or November 13th, I believe.
What's on the 9th so far? Is it busy?
The 9th has penciled in about 10 other items.
Eesh. What's the next day?
Then you're looking at 11/13.
This is, actually, I don't, what?
It'll be here soon.
Yeah, let's do November, because this is always going to have a lot of people. We already got a pretty busy schedule on the other dates. So November what? Okay, I make the motion that item 5.8 for 1550 Bluebird Canyon Drive Lot A be rescheduled to November 15, or be set for November 13, 2025 board meeting. Do I have a second?
Second that.
Call the roll.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Cubney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
The project has been continued to
Okay,
November 13th.
thank you, everybody. You want to wait till they leave? We got one more item, so why don't we take a second? Yeah, other business. Sit down. Yeah, this was
Yeah.
requested by.
We have other business. Yeah.
Daniel?
10:30, oh man.
30. Good evening, gentlemen.
Yep.
Anyway, so I wanted to take this time, this period of public testimony. So I guess not public testimony, design review testimony, other items. So during the last board meeting, I made off-the-cuff comments and followed it with a question. It gave the impression to some that it was towards fellow board members. I guarantee you it was not towards fellow board members. My comments were directed towards the neighbors out of frustration. I vaguely heard what my other board members even said prior to my comments. I sincerely apologize. I sincerely apologize privately, and I'm apologizing right now to my fellow board members, city staff for the time, and the council, Patrick Dunnigan, guiding me on this and talking me through it, and also for the public. My comments were not appropriate. It was the heat of the moment, was not intended to make those comments. Anyway, I sincerely apologize. It was not directed towards any board member.
Thank you. Board Member Gannon. And let's look forward, not back. What do you say?
You're here.
We are adjourned till, when's the next meeting?
September 11th of 2025. We are not here on the 28th of August, so.
Enjoy your month off. I will not, just so everybody knows, I will not be here on September 11th, so I get even. Oh, I'm not supposed to say?
Nope, correct. Yeah, the meeting's adjourned. Yep,
I adjourned the meeting.
correct. I mean,